Everyone, I just noticed there's no chat feature to be able to remind you, so I'm just going to put my spiel in real quick before it starts. Just remember there's Asl Interpreters with our hands rolling and the Captioners with their hands rolling. And if anybody reads really fast, we won't be able to keep up and make it accessible. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Normal speech is fine, but if you start reading something, it's almost impossible for us to make it accessible. So since there's no chat feature for me to remind people, I just wanted to throw that out there now. So we appreciate you.
Thanks for that, Cindy. I really appreciate that. And we'll try to remind, we'll try to interject if someone's talking too fast on our end too.
Yeah.
And we're going to remember to do 90-minute breaks.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and natural speech, you know, if somebody speaks fast, Amy and I are veterans, we've been doing this a long time, we can hang, but it's when somebody starts to read, then that's really impossible for us. So it's really just that part is what we need for us people just to kind of remember.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Mia, will you have the Zoom captioning on as well as the captioners?
Yes. We'll have both.
Broadcast conversation too.
Eric, we're gonna flip that switch in just a minute here, okay?
I'm going to go ahead and do the spotlight, just letting you know that might change the screen a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was having technical.
Turn your audio up and it should turn TV sound.
Hello, welcome everyone, and thank you for coming today. I am Julie Lee, the Undersecretary of the Government Operations Agency and Chair of the California Building Standards Commission. I'm calling this meeting to order. It is 9:02 on January 18th, 2022. Pam, would you please call the roll?
You're muted, Pam.
I think you're muted, Pam. Let me go see.
We need 1 minute.
Just a moment.
Yeah. I was, yeah. Okay.
Pam, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Secretary Lee,
Here.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Here,
Commissioner Mickelton,
Here.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Here.
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Santillan,
Here?
Commissioner Alegre. Are you muted, Commissioner Alegre? I'll go on to Commissioner Stockwell and
Here.
Commissioner, okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Rambin,
Here.
Commissioner Alegre,
She may not be able to hear us.
She's working on her sound. Give her 1 second.
okay, thank
I
you.
can see her. She's not muted on our end.
Commissioner Alegre, can you hear us?
No, it doesn't look like. Does someone have her cell phone?
Yes, we'll give her a call. Commissioner Alegre, can you hear us?
Yeah, yeah. She can work on it.
Okay. All right, Pam, we're going to go ahead and move on. We do have a quorum for this meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll ask that we all rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put our flag up, Barbara.
Yeah.
Working on it. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I think I heard Commissioner Alegre.
Oh.
Can you hear us now, Commissioner Alegre?
I can. There seems to be something wrong with my laptop, so I'm on my iPad. I apologize.
No problem.
This meeting will be held remotely, consistent with Assembly Bill 361. This meeting can be viewed on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I'd like to remind the viewers that there is a 45-second or so delay. Closed captioning is available via Zoom's automated live transcription by clicking on the CC Live Transcript button. Closed captioning will automatically appear if you are watching via YouTube. Closed captioning can also be viewed by clicking on the stream text information at the top of the agenda. The public may provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda or by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Instructions are provided on the back page of the agenda. If you have difficulty with the technology, please call the CBSC office at 916-263-0916. I'll now read the phone instructions. All callers will begin in listen-only mode. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the commission chair to ask for any comments from the public. At that time, please place yourself into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0 on your keypad. When you press 1 and then 0, you will be notified when the speaker is ready for your question. To withdraw your question, press 1 and then 0. When it is your turn to comment, you will hear, "Please ask your question after the tone." A tone will sound and the caller is now in talk mode. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. The commission will then proceed to the next agenda item. I'd like to note for folks to please refrain from pressing 1 and 0 multiple times. Doing this toggles your position in and out of the call queue. Please press 1 and 0 only once and wait for your notification to speak. If possible, please call from a landline using a telephone handset only. This enhances the commission's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it much harder for your comments to be heard clearly. Staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, January 11th. Depending on where we are in the agenda, we will stop for lunch around noon, and if necessary, we can meet up until 5 p.m. today. Agenda item 2 is comments from the public on issues not on this agenda. Comments regarding items not on this agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action may be taken by the commission. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 2 to put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, could you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 2?
There are no hands raised in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
Thank you. This concludes agenda item 2. Agenda item 3 contains amendments to the 2022 California Historical Building Code, Parts 8 of Title 24. The State Historical Building Safety Board is an adopting agency. The CBSC will take action to approve, disapprove, or return for amendment with recommended changes based on the proceedings by which the State Historical Building Safety Board adopted building standards. The CBSC will consider the state adopting agency's written analysis justifying the approval pursuant to Health and Safety Code section 18930 and hear public comments. Upon approval, these building standards will be codified and published into the 2022 California Building Standards Code, Title 24, California Code of Regulations. The State Historical Building Safety Board approved these regulations at their November 9th, 2021 board meeting. Will a representative from the State Historical Building Safety Board please present item 3? Please introduce yourself and provide an overview of the proposal. Thank you.
Hi, this
Feedback. And I'd like to just remind you that we do have ASL interpreters here, so please speak slowly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Do you have the meeting open?
You're speaking.
If they're running.
They're trying to fix it. Yeah.
I'm hearing it from there. You're not hearing me.
You guys sound better. Go ahead and test, Derek.
Oh, I see. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, much better, Eric.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, well, thank you. We've had a little bit of technical difficulties at the desk here. So I'm actually Derek Shaw, and I know that the display name is Eric Drever. And I apologize for that up front. I'm Derek Shaw. I'm a supervising architect with the division of the state architect, and I'm also the executive director for the State Historical Building Safety Board. Today, we're before you to request your approval of the code change package and its administration that's under the title SHBSB 01/21. This code package is a very simple package. It is merely carrying forward the existing provisions in the historical code and carrying them forward into the 2022 California Historical Building Code without amendment. I will note that this package has been subject to the appropriate 45-day public comment period. That 45-day public comment period ran from September 27 through November 8 of last year, 2021, and that this package was furthermore approved by the State Historical Building Safety Board at their public meeting on November 9, 2021. With that, I request your approval, and I can certainly respond to any questions that you may have.
Good morning, Derek. This is Commissioner Sasaki. Have there been any discussions about any potential changes to the California Historical Building Code? I know in the past there's been some confusion about its application, and amongst not only design professionals but also building officials, meaning when it can be applied, how it relates to, say, local ordinances, for example. So some jurisdictions may have seismic retrofit or repair ordinances that are more stringent than the CHBC has in it. And I know in the past there's been questions about what prevails. I believe the CHBC actually prevails in those cases because it's based on state law. Anyway, any thoughts on how to make it maybe more clear to both design professionals and building officials about its status and about how it applies?
Well, I can certainly take this issue to the board. That is fine. We have heard from time to time. I do field public calls, and this topic has arisen. I can share with you that at our last public meeting for the board, that there was a desire to begin working on code amendments for the next cycle. But at this point, we weren't ready for that. And so our package today is much more limited.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I will call on each of the other commissioners to see if there are any further comments. Commissioner Patel? Can you hear us, Commissioner Patel? Oh, there he is.
I can, I'm sorry. No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comment, thank you.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Santillan?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Commissioner Sasaki?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Rambin?
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 3. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 3 to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 3?
There are no hands raised in Zoom. I'll check the phone. Okay.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 3 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the State Historical Building Safety Board's request for approval of their rulemaking process for the 2022 California Historical Building Code, Parts 8 of Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki move to approve.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the package be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Allegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is passed unanimously. We'll now move on to the proposing state agency rulemakings. The CBSC will take action to approve, disapprove, further study, or approve as amended the proposed code changes to various parts contained in the California Building Standards Code, Title 24, California Code of Regulations. Upon adoption, these building standards will be codified and published as the 2022 California Building Standards Code, Title 24, California Code of Regulations. CBSC action will be guided by the 9-point criteria established in Health and Safety Code section 18930. The CBSC will consider each agency's proposed building standards and its justifications, Code Advisory Committee recommendations, comments submitted during the public comment periods, and oral or written comment received at this meeting. The public may comment on any challenges to the proposals or CAC recommendations submitted during the comment periods. No new issues or new information challenging the proposed code changes may be presented to the CBSC in the adoption of the proposed regulations. Agenda item 4A is the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 4/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Building Standards Commission please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 4A?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Irina Brausman, and I am Associate Architect with the California Building Standards Commission. I am here to present Agenda Item 4A, which contains BSC proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code for incorporation into 2022 California Administrative Code. The proposed BSC amendments to Chapter 1 are being made to clarify, implement, and make specific requirements relative to procedures for compliance with BSC rulemaking process. The Code Advisory Committee applicant section is modified to encourage more fire official and local government water efficiency official applicants by allowing consultants. Also, BSC added that rulemaking documents submitted to BSC must be accessible pursuant to Assembly Bill 434, Statutes of 2018. And finally, BSC proposes amendments to the fee collection section, removing the check-only payment method and adding instructions for submitting payment and forms by mail if that's a check or email with electronic payment platform. BSC's proposal was heard by the Building, Fire, and Other Code Advisory Committee in July 2021, which recommended approval for most of the proposals, with the exception of further study on 2 items. The first further study item is BSC 04/21-1 regarding Code Advisory Committee applicants' requirements in Section 1-209. Code Advisory Committee suggested to revise the language to have preference for a local government employee over a third-party consultant. BSC contacted several local authorities having jurisdiction to solicit their feedback on the suggested change. And based on the feedback received, it was deemed unnecessary to revise the language, as it would provide some limits and discretionary determination of the commissioners who provide the selection of the Code Advisory Committee members. The second further study item is BSC 04/21-6 regarding fee payment methods in Section 1-507. BSC accepted this recommendation and made editorial modifications to the express terms. BSC received no public comments during the 45-day public comment period that ran from September 3rd and through October 18 of the last year, 2021. BSC now requests the Commission to adopt and approve this submittal for the 2022 California Administrative Code. This concludes my overview, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 4A is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Alegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 4A. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 4A, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 4A?
There are no hands raised in Zoom. Before I go to the phone real quick, is our captioning having technical difficulties, or do we need a minute? My stream text hasn't updated in a little bit, so I just wanted to make sure we weren't having technical difficulties with the captioning.
Captions showing up in Zoom.
So the Zoom is automated in captioning, but we have stream text with an actual captioner.
I'm not hearing the captioner. And I didn't select that option, so I can't see it on here, sorry.
Hi, everyone. Yes, we're doing good.
She said they're doing good.
Okay, so it's just my end. Okay.
Okay,
I just wanted to double check.
Thank you.
thank you.
Are there any comments from members of the public on the phone, Barbara?
You have one question remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer with the Building Industry Association and the Business Properties Association, and we support these changes. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 4A back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 4/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24.
Commissioner Mickerton move to approve.
Commissioner Klaus Bergner, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that this be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item 4B is the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 5/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24. Will a representative from the California Building Standards Commission please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 4B?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Brandon Estes, Associate Construction Analyst with the California Building Standards Commission. I am here to present Agenda Item 4B, which contains BSC's proposed adoption and amendments to the 2021 California Building Code into the 2022 California Internet 2021 International Building Code into the 2022 California Building Code, including carrying forward existing amendments as well as proposing new amendments, the majority of which are editorial in nature. A summary of BSC's proposed new non-editorial amendments are as follows. Pursuant to the statutory requirements in AB 2913, BSC is proposing to extend the building permit expiration period from 6 months to 12 months. BSC proposes to repeal California amendments regarding mass timber and cross-laminated timber construction and replace with identical unamended model code. BSC proposes to co-adopt a DSA amendment to Chapter 15, Roof Assemblies and Rooftop Structures. This proposal provides pointers to new sections that were added to ASCE 7, which provide direction regarding seismic and wind design requirements for rooftop solar panels. BSC was proposing to co-adopt DSA's proposal to move special inspection requirements from Part 10 to Part 2. However, DSA withdrew these proposals and therefore BSC withdrew these proposals as well. You will see these withdrawn proposals on the salmon-colored Commission Action Matrix. Lastly, BSC is required to print the Swimming Pool Safety Act in Part 2.5, the California Residential Code. As a convenience to enforcement agencies, BSC also prints the Act in Chapter 31 of Part 2, the California Building Code. The Act was amended in 2019, therefore BSC is proposing to mirror these changes in Section 3109.2 to match the legislative text. This BSC Part 2 submittal was heard by 2 code advisory committees, the Building, Fire, and Other Code Advisory Committee and the Structural Design Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee. The BFO Code Advisory Committee convened on July 7th, 2021 and recommended approve on all items heard. The Structural Design Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee convened on July 28th, 2021 and recommended approve on all items heard except for the 2 items proposed for co-adoption with DSA in Chapter 17, which received a further study recommendation. Following suit with DSA, BSC has withdrawn these 2 items from the rulemaking package. BSC received no public comments regarding this Part 2 rulemaking package. In summary, all items currently proposed for adoption by BSC in this Part 2 rulemaking package received a recommendation of approve by both code advisory committees, and BSC received no public comments pertaining to any of the proposed items. BSC respectfully requests the Commission adopt and approve this Part 2 rulemaking package for the 2022 California Building Code. This concludes my summary, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the overview of that proposal. Item 4B is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No, thank you for the description, Brandon. I have no comments at this time.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comments at this time.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre?
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rambin?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 4B. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 4B to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 4B?
Yes, so our first public comment in Zoom is going to be Sarah. Go ahead.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Sarah Queter, and I am an attorney for the University of California, and I'm making these comments on behalf of the university. I am specifically commenting on item 13, chapter 16, section 1613.1.2 for state-owned buildings. In the proposed section here,
Sarah?
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting. This is Mia Marbelli with the Executive Director of the Building Standards Commission. Is your comment directed at the Office of the State Fire Marshal's rulemaking package for Part 1?
We do also have comments for those as well, but we have a verbal comment for this particular section too.
Is part of our rulemaking on that?
Yeah, item 13, chapter 16. It's existing amendment.
Gotcha. Okay, I apologize. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. All right, one moment, please. Go ahead. Okay, so in section 1613.1.2, it reads, state-owned buildings, comma, including those of the University of California, and I do not have to read the rest. We are requesting that instead of the word including, that you change that to and I will explain, so that it would read state-owned buildings, comma, and those of the University of California, etc. The reason we are requesting this change is because the University of California facilities cannot be legally considered state buildings. The university has broad powers of autonomy under the California Constitution, as distinguished from other state agencies. We have full powers of organization and government, and in order to effectively administer our trust, and including the management and disposition of all university property. This is settled law recognized by the California Supreme Court, and as a result, it is would conflict with our unique status under the Constitution to include us as the university's facilities as state-owned buildings. So in this change that we are requesting, it is a manner of distinguishing university facilities from state buildings. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised in Zoom. I'll check the phone. Thank you.
You have one question remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association and the California Business Properties Association. We were the co-sponsors of Assembly Bill 2913 by Assembly Member Wood. This is the bill that dealt with the extension of permits from 6 months to 12 months. And we're in strong support of the BSC's amendments here. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Before you move on, though, I did get confirmation that stream text is not coming up.
Okay.
So our captioning is not relaying over to stream text. I don't know if our captioner can hear us on that, but.
Captioner, can you hear that? So on your end, it might appear as though the stream text is working, but it's not transitioning over on the live broadcast.
Okay. Do you also have live captioning on Zoom, because they will not work simultaneously?
Stream text is outside of Zoom and should relay.
Yes, stream text is outside of Zoom. So there is a link that was given, and you should be able to click that link and watch the stream text link.
Yes, stream text is not captioning is not relaying to stream text.
Okay, not sure what's going on because it is going through on my end. Okay, let me find out. And there's no chat, so there's no way that I can send the link through. But the link that you received should be working fine because it is working on my end.
I've had somebody else verify it's not just on my end, it's not showing up elsewhere either.
Okay. Let me send an email through and find out what I can do.
All right, while we work on that, we'll move on. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 4B back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 5/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24.
This is Commissioner Sasaki. So how do we address the University of California attorney's comment or request about changing that word, including, to end? I mean, I understand that. I mean, I'm looking at the section right now. I guess the one question I would have is, because if I read that section, it says, the way it reads right now, it says state-owned buildings, comma, including those of the University of California, CSU, and Judicial Council. So I guess one question I would have is whether the Judicial Council, which I think covers courts in the state of California, has the same issue as was described by the attorney for the University of California. Because if we change the word including to end, I don't know how that affects or impacts the Judicial Council.
Brandon, would you like me to assist with this response?
Yeah, sure. That would be helpful.
Okay. I think I understand what the UC is getting at as well, but I think I want to remind everyone of the process. So this was out for a code advisory committee review and then 45-day comment review, and we didn't receive comments on this specific question or this specific section. And so there are other instances in the code where BSC has similar phrasing. So my recommendation would be that BSC work with the UC system during the intervening code cycle and maybe take a global look at this so that we can clean it up and modify the language through kind of more of a deliberative process so we can address if it would affect the courts or the judicial system.
Got it. That makes sense. So are we waiting for a motion?
We are.
Actually, can I ask a follow-up question? This is Commissioner Klaus-Brickner.
Of course.
This is a question for probably Ms. Barbu. If this were to pass, would one law override the other one? Would effectively would this be overwritten by the original law?
So this is Viana Barbu, DGS Counsel. I want to make sure I understand your question. So if it were to pass with this amendment, would that conflict with all the other sections that are not amended? Is that right? Is that the question?
Well, I guess the question is, since the universities are standalone and they're not part of the state-owned agency, this wouldn't change the law. This would just, the law the original law will supersede the language that's in 1613.1.2.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So the original law that states that the UC system, the public universities are separate from state-owned buildings, wouldn't change. And I think actually what the commenter is concerned about sounds like it's the implication and the language in this section is not so much that it would change anything or actually affect anything in the sense that the law itself wouldn't make a difference. The way it's written is just that the language implies, it makes an implication that the UC system buildings are owned by the state. So it's just that implication that's kind of a misleading implication. So if you were to clean up the language and just say and rather than including, it now has that implication that there's state-owned buildings and there are UC-owned buildings, and equally this section applies to both rather than applies to one, which is a subsection of the other. So I think that's what the commenter is getting at, is that implication rather than the actual change in law. And if it's just that implication, I think it wouldn't be a material change if you were to amend it here. But as Mia mentioned, it's in a lot of other sections. So changing one without changing the rest would lead to more confusion. So it probably would be better to address them all at once in the intervening code cycle than just amend one section and leave the rest untouched and causing confusion with the users of the code.
Right. And in fact, when I look at that section, I mean, it is titled in bold state-owned buildings. So there needs to be a bunch of, several changes, and there might need to be another section that is specific to University of California, CSU, and the Judicial Council. So it's not just a simple change, unfortunately.
And it's not editorial, so we can't change it even if we wanted to on the fly. I don't believe it is. So,
right.
Okay, thank you.
I just would like to mention one other topic on this section is it's being carried forward as existing language. So we weren't proposing a code change in this section. So this, I believe this section has been in the code for
a long time.
Yeah.
All right, I will make a motion to approve. Commissioner Sasaki.
Commissioner Santillan, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 5/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code Part 2 of Title 24 be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Agenda item 4C is the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 6/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Residential Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Residential Code Part 2.5, Title 24. Will a representative from the Building Standards Commission please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 4B?
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And can you see me?
No.
Oh, where's the camera here? There it is. You can see me now?
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
there we go.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Timothy O'Malley. I'm an architectural associate with the California Building Standards Commission. I'm here to present BSC's proposed items to amend the 2022 California Residential Code. Two amendments are editorial, and one amendment addresses recent statutory requirements in building standards law regarding building permitting. With me is my colleague, Michael Neerman and Irina Brosman, who will be available to answer questions if needed. BSC proposes an editorial modifications to match the same amendments in parts 2 and 10 to correct pointers in chapter 1. As mentioned before by Brandon Estes, the change is to correct the reference to amendments that are in chapter 1 that, excuse me a second, that distinguishes California amendment language from the model code. BSC also is proposing to address the subsection R105.5.1 to address recent statutory requirements regarding building permit extensions in Assembly Bill 2913, which amended Health and Safety Code sections 18938.5 and 18938.6, which became operative January 1, 2019. When this legislation was passed, BSC issued Information Bulletin IB 1903, which alerted local building departments to the AB 2913 and its impact and enforcement precedents of the new requirements. The adoption of this regulation completes the implementation of AB 2913, and as a result, local jurisdictions are able to adopt this amendment by ordinance. To align with CBSC Chapter 31, BSC is also reformatting Appendix V to reflect language found in legislation reflecting the Swimming Pool and Safety Act found in legislation SB 442. No changes to the regulation were intended with this action regarding the Pool Safety Act. No change in regulatory effect, and there's no fiscal impact. The amendment language will be published in the 2022 edition of the California Residential Code by means of the code adoption process in this triennial code adoption cycle. In July 2021, the Building, Fire, and Other Code Advisory Committee recommended approval of these amendments from BSC's proposals in the addition of the 2022 edition of the CRC. There were no public comments to the BSC Part 2.5 rulemaking package. This concludes our overdue for the 2.5 package, and BSC respectfully requests the committee's review and recommendation of the proposed regulations and asks for your approval. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 4C is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Alegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We will now take comments from members of the public on item 4C. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 4C to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 4C?
There are no hands raised in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have one question remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association. As we said earlier, we were sponsors of AB 2913, and we support the commission's changes. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 4C back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 6/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Residential Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Residential Code.
Working.
Like to remind folks.
Everyone is going
to. Thank you. All right, I'm going to restate this. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Residential Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Residential Code, Part 2.5, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Mickelton, move to approve.
Commissioner Patel, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item 4D is the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 8/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Fire Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Fire Code, Part 9, Title 24. Will a representative from the California Building Standards Commission please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 4D?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Timothy O'Malley. I'm an architectural associate with the California Building Standards Commission. As presented in Part 2.5, I'm here to present BSC's proposed items to amend 2022 California Fire Code. One amendment is editorial and one amendment addresses the recent statutory requirements in building standards law regarding building permitting. BSC proposes editorial modifications in Part 9, Chapter 1 to match the same amendments in Parts 2 and 10 to correct the note distinguishing California amendment language from model code language. BSC is also proposing to adopt a new subsection 105.5.1 to address recent statutory requirements regarding building permit extensions, Assembly Bill 2913, which amends Health and Safety Code sections 18938.5 and 18938.6, which became operative in January 1, 2019. When this legislation was passed, BSC issued an information bulletin IB 1903, which alerted local building departments to AB 2913 and the impact, enforcement, and precedence of these new requirements. The adoption of this regulation completes the implementation of 2913 as a result, and local jurisdictions are able to adopt this amendment by ordinance. This amendment language will be published in the 2022 edition of the California Fire Code by means of the code adoption process in this triennial cycle. In July 2021, the Building, Fire, and Other Code Advisory Committee recommended approval of these amendments to the 2022 edition of the CFC. There were no public comments to the BSC Part 9 rulemaking package. This concludes our overview, and BSC respectfully requests the committee's review and approval of the proposed regulations in the 2022 CFC. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 4D is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Micketton,
No questions.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 4D. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 4D to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 4D?
There are no hands in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have one question remaining.
Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association in support of the proposed changes. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 4D back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 8/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Fire Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Fire Code, Part 9, Title 24.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, move to approve.
Commissioner
Micketton,
Rambin,
second.
second.
I got Commissioner Rambin, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Micketton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Allegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Agenda item 4E is the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 9/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24. Will a representative from the California Building Standards Commission please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 4E?
Good morning again, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Irina Brausman, and I am Associate Architect with the Building Standards Commission. I am here to present agenda item 4E, which contains BSC proposed adoption and amendments of the 2021 International Existing Building Code into 2022 California Existing Building Code. The majority of BSC amendments are editorial. In Chapter 1, we are proposing an amendment referencing a recently enacted statute relative to building permit expiration, which is consistent with many of our other Title 24 proposals. BSC also has a few amendments in Chapter 3 to relocate or repeal most of the definitions, to coordinate with the latest edition of the reference standard ASCE 41, to clarify conditions in the prescriptive selection of the design method, and remove redundant or contradictory regulations from structural observation, testing, and inspection. Most of these amendments are co-adopted with DSA, so the two agencies coordinated to have appropriate editorial amendments, most of which have no intended change in regulatory effect. BSC proposal was heard by the Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee in July 2021, which recommended approve for most of the proposal, with the exception of 2 items recommended for further study and 2 items recommended for disapproval. BSC accepted all the recommendations and, in coordination with DSA, made further editorial modifications to items recommended for further study and withdrew the proposals regarding definition of repair that were recommended for disapproval. BSC received no public comments during the 45-day public comment period that ran from September 3rd and through October 18th of 2021. BSC requests the Commission to adopt and approve this submittal for the 2022 California Existing Building Code. This concludes my overview, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 4E is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions, thanks.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 4E. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 4E, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 4E?
There are no hands raised in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 4E back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 9/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Commissioner Mickerton, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that this be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
and Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Agenda item 4F is the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 7/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Referenced Standards Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Referenced Standards Code, Part 12 of Title 24. Will a representative from the California Building Standards Commission please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 4F?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Again, my name is Irina Brausman, and I am Associate Architect with the Building Standards Commission. I am here to present agenda item 4F, which contains BSC proposed adoption of amendments to 2019 California Referenced Standard Code for incorporation into 2022 California Referenced Standards Code. All BSC amendments are editorial and have no change in regulatory effect. BSC proposes to amend the cross-reference table by updating the chapter titles and its associated sections to Title 24. This table serves as a non-regulatory aid to the code user. BSC proposal was heard by the Building, Fire, and Other Code Advisory Committee in July 2021, which recommended approval for all the proposals. BSC received no public comments during 45-day public comment period that ran from September 3rd and through October 18th, 2021. BSC requests the Commission to adopt and approve this submittal for the 2022 California Referenced Standards Code. This concludes my overview, and I will be happy to answer questions.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 4F is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
I have no questions.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
No questions?
Commissioner Mickerton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions, sorry.
thank you. Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Legray,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions, thanks.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 4F. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 4F. Please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 4F?
There are no hands in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 4F back over to the commission. Oh, sorry, did someone have a comment? Oh, okay. I'll turn item 4F back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking BSC 7/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Referenced Standards Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Referenced Standards Code, Part 12 of Title 24.
Commissioner Mickelton, move to approve.
Commissioner Patel,
Commissioner
second.
Alegre seconds.
Commissioner Legray, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Right now it's about 10:20 and we are going to take a 15-minute break to give our sign language interpreters some time to recover for a few moments. So we will reconvene at 10:35.
All right, this is DSA testing our microphone, making sure we don't get feedback. I don't hear anything though. Did they mute?
I can hear you fine.
Hey, Diane, I just unmuted us in the room here. We can hear you fine so far.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm unmuting.
All right, we'll pick up where we left off on agenda item 5A, the division of the state architect rulemaking, DSASS/CC 4/21. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Division of the State Architect please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 5A?
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer, representing the Division of the State Architect, Structural Safety Section. I would also like to introduce my team from the DSA Headquarters Structural Codes and Standards Unit. We have worked together to prepare this rulemaking package. I have with me today, albeit remotely, Ryan Huxley and Ryan Turner, who are supervising structural engineers, as well as Brian Frank, who is a district structural engineer. Before you today is item 5A on our agenda, which is DSA's Title 24, Part 1 rulemaking package for the 2021 Triennial Code Cycle. This is our California Administrative Code, or CAC package. This package reflects DSA's proposals for amendments to the regulations for the California Administrative Code for the 2021 Triennial Code Cycle. DSA's regulations in the CAC provide clarity to the administrative provisions of the Education Code for structures for K-12 public schools, community colleges, and state-owned essential services buildings. My team and I thank you for the opportunity to present these changes proposed for incorporation into the 2022 California Administrative Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. In addition to editorial updates and revisions to clarify requirements, the work reflected in this package includes a modification to section 4-330 to clarify the intent of the provision that construction must commence on all school buildings within an approved project within 4 years, or else the approval is void for those school buildings which have not yet commenced construction. Given this proposed 4-year rule, the currently applied extensions, 1-year extensions, no longer apply, which also alleviates an unnecessary administrative burden. We are also proposing modifications to sections 4-508 through 4-510 in order to repeal language requiring fee payment because DSA has eliminated the fee requirement related to the submission of the required landscape documentation. The elimination of this fee has actually already been implemented in practice, so this is some housekeeping to remove it from the administrative regulations. Before submitting our rulemaking packages for parts 1, 2, and 10, DSA performed extensive pre-cycle outreach by sharing our initial draft package with various stakeholders. We shared our draft rulemaking packages with the Structural Engineers Association of California, or SEAC, the American Institute of Architects, AIA, and the Coalition for Affordable School Housing, CASH, among others. We also work to maintain and improve alignment of provisions with other agencies such as BSC, HCD, and OSHPD, where we have co-adopted amendment language. We held a public workshop on March 17th to solicit comments and feedback. In addition, DSA has a public school construction collaborative, the PSCC for short, and we also shared our proposed rulemaking package with them for their feedback. The PSCC serves an advisory capacity to DSA to offer industry input and feedback on myriad issues related to the design and construction of structures within our authority. The PSCC is comprised of 16 individuals who represent a cross-section of stakeholder groups and 3 ex officio members whose purpose it is to ensure that DSA is considering a wide range of views and perspectives. Our Part 1 package was presented to the Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee in July of 2021. The recommendation from the committee was approved for all proposals except for 2 items that were recommended for further study. The first item recommended for further study was DSA's proposal to repeal the exception for 4-309C 2B. DSA wishes to repeal this exception because it does not add value to the regulations. It's inconsistent with the definition of rehabilitation in the regulations and has resulted in confusion among stakeholders. This proposal for the repeal of the exception can be found on page 1 through 2 of our final express terms. During the advisory committee meeting, it was suggested that rather than to repeal the exception, DSA should look into replacing the word rehabilitation with retrofit. However, upon further study after the meeting, DSA determined the suggested word change would end up creating conflicts with several other provisions not currently contained in our proposed rulemaking package. Therefore, DSA decided to retain the repeal of the exception, and our detailed rationale and response can be found on page 1 through 2 of the initial statement of reasons. The second item recommended for further study was a proposal to add a title for section 4-309E. DSA withdrew this proposal before going out for 45-day public comment because it was intended to work with other proposals to adopt repair provisions in Chapter 4 of Part 10, similar proposals to what Irina mentioned during BSC's presentation of Part 10. So those proposals were withdrawn by DSA after receiving recommendation for further study during the Code Advisory Committee meeting. So we also withdrew this item in Part 1, which was related to those proposals. Our package went out for a 45-day comment period, which ran from September 3rd through October 18th of 2021, and no public comments were received during that time. DSA also received our Form 399 was approved and signed by our department, agency, and the Department of Finance, and is included in this package. Also, in accordance with the 9-point criteria, the State Fire Marshal has reviewed our proposals and provided written approval. This concludes our overview for this agenda item. And with that, DSA respectfully requests the Commission's approval of DSA's proposed regulations for publication in Title 24, Part 1, the California Administrative Code. We are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 5A is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel.
Thank you. I just had one question for Diane. With respect to section 4-330, which was item 3, which extends the time period for construction to commence from 1 year to 4 years, will that be applicable retroactively to projects that already have your approval but haven't started?
So I want to make sure I understand your question. Projects that already have our approval but haven't started.
Correct. So for example, if this becomes effective January 1st of 2023, and somebody had a project in for a school that was approved in 2022, would they then get 4 years to commence construction?
You know, we will likely have to issue that. That's an excellent question. Well, one thing I would like to address first before I answer the question is that these administrative provisions actually go into effect 30 days after they act a little bit differently than the other parts of the Title 24. So these admin provisions become effective 30 days after they are filed with the Secretary of State. So these provisions will go into effect sometime in February of this year. So I want to clarify that, but we will likely have to issue a bulletin advising how we would transition that in, but I would imagine it would be a transition, so that because the effect is it has to be complete within 4 years. So if you have someone who maybe already has a 1-year extension, I would think that we would work to find a way to track that so it doesn't exceed the 4 years. But I'm sorry, I don't have a specific answer on that. Sounds like we'll need to issue a bulletin clarifying those conditions.
No, that's okay. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate the clarification on when it becomes effective too. That's helpful. Yeah, if you come up with a policy, that would just be helpful, I think, for people down the road. So thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Rampin. I just had a question on how the 4 years came about and if there's any concern as far, I haven't done very many DSA projects. If a project is obtaining bond funding, if there's any potential risk conflict with that being in place and creating a project that can't get built because they don't have their funding in place.
I don't know the history of the 4 years, but what I can tell you is that the current language is they have to commence construction within 1 year, and then they can come back to us 3 times. Each time is another year extension. So all we're saying is, you know what, let's cut out the paperwork and the come back, let's just make it 4 years. That's the intent of that. So I don't know the history and where the 4 years came from. I'm sorry.
Great. That answers the question, I think, sufficiently. Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comments at this time.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan?
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre?
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No questions, thank you.
And anything further, Commissioner Rampin?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 5A. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 5A, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 5A?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 5A back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the division of the state architect rulemaking DSA SS/CC 4/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24.
Commissioner Rampin, move to approve.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding the motion?
Commissioner Sasaki, I was just thinking about the 4 years. I mean, clearly we're on a 3-year code cycle. So yeah, obviously there'd be a case where school was approved upon one code, and by the time it starts construction, there's another code that's applicable. So anyway, just something to think about. Also, I don't know if there would be a chance where it might run 2 code cycles. I know that's 6 years, so that maybe doesn't make sense. But anyway, I would give that some consideration because obviously things change, and I understand you want to give more. I understand that currently you can, have 3 times of extension, but anyway, just a comment for folks to consider. Thanks.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Patel. The one thing, Kent, that I did notice is they put language in there that they can withdraw approval, post-approval as necessary to address life safety concerns. So maybe if something does come up in a code cycle, they can go back and make them change it. So.
Right. Any further discussion from the commissioners? All right, thank you. Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klossbuchner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Agenda item 5B is the division of the state architect, rulemaking DSA SS/CC 5/21, proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Division of the State Architect please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 5B?
Good morning once again, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Diane Gould here, Principal Structural Engineer, representing the Division of the State Architect, Structural Safety Section. I'd also like to once again introduce my team from the DSA Headquarters Structural Codes and Standards Unit. We have worked together to prepare this rulemaking package. Ryan Huxley and Ryan Turner are supervising structural engineers, and Brian Frank is a district structural engineer. Before you today is item 5B on the agenda, which is DSA's Title 24 Part 2 rulemaking package for the 2021 Triennial Code Cycle. This is our California Building Code, or CBC, package. This package reflects DSA's proposals for amendments to the regulations for the California Building Code for the 2021 Triennial Code Cycle. My team and I thank you for the opportunity to present these changes proposed for incorporation into the 2022 CBC Part 2, and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. One item of note is that DSA co-adopts a large majority of our amendments to Part 2 along with OSHPD, especially within the A chapters and Chapter 35 reference standards, among others. In order to improve and maintain alignment wherever feasible, DSA worked closely with OSHPD throughout this process, just as we have during past rulemaking cycles and will continue to do so in the future. DSA's proposals reflected in this package include carrying forward the currently adopted amendments to the 2019 California Building Code with and without modification, introducing some new amendments, and repeal of some existing amendments. In some cases, the model code, the 2021 International Building Code, has introduced new or modified code language or provisions, or the reference standards have changed versions. For example, ACI 318.19. In response to that, and in coordination with OSHPD, DSA has gone through and proposed amendments as necessary and appropriate. We are also proposing to repeal a few currently adopted amendments that were determined to be sufficiently addressed by either the adopted model building code or the reference national standards. This package also includes some proposals for editorial changes in order to improve clarity. In addition, there are also a few proposed changes in Chapter 16A that include early adoption of items that had already passed the main committee ballot of ASCE 7-22 at the time we were preparing this package, and that has since been published. For the masonry chapters, Chapter 21 and 21A, in response to public comment from John Chrysler with the Masonry Institute of America, MIA, and Kurt Sigurd with the Concrete Masonry Association of California and Nevada, CMACN, and in the pursuit of better alignment with the National Reference Standard, TMS 402/602, DSA and OSHPD collaborated with John and Kurt to develop the proposals reflected in the Masonry chapters 21 and 21A. The majority of the work reflected there involves reorganizing existing amendment language, modifying associated sections in TMS 402/602, and repealing CBC amendment language that was deemed to be sufficiently addressed by the TMS 402/602. I wish to emphasize that these proposals do not result in a change in regulatory effect, but rather are intended to provide a better interface with and remove duplication of the TMS 402/602. Throughout this process, DSA worked to maintain and improve alignment in our co-adopted amendments with OSHPD wherever feasible. I mentioned our pre-cycle outreach when I presented our Part 1 package. This Part 2 package before you underwent that same outreach process and refinement prior to presentation before the Code Advisory Committees in July. A portion of our Part 2 package, consisting of chapters 1 through 15 and 30 through 32, were presented to the Building, Fire, Other Code Advisory Committee. And then the remainder of our Part 2 package, consisting of chapters 16 through 26 and 35, were presented to the Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee in July of 2021. The recommendations from both advisory committees were recommendations of approved for almost all items in this rulemaking package. The exception to this being there were 8 items that were recommended for further study or disapproval by the Code Advisory Committee. There were 5 in Chapter 17A, 2 in Chapters 22 or 22A, and 1 in Chapter 23. DSA withdrew 5 of the 8 proposals before going out for 45-day public comment, and they are no longer included in this rulemaking package. The concerns raised in the other 3 were addressed through further modification or coordination with others, and they were made available for review in our package that was submitted during the 45-day public comment period. That comment period occurred September 3rd through October 18th, and DSA did receive a few public comments during that time, as is documented in our final statement of reasons for Part 2. DSA made some changes to our package as in response to some of the comments, and we submitted the updated proposals for a 15-day public comment period, which ran November 1st through 16th of 2021. DSA received no objections nor further comment on those items during the 15-day comment period. Once again, we have our Form 399 for this part that's been approved and signed by our department, agency, as well as the Department of Finance. It's included in today's meeting package. Also, in accordance with the 9-point criteria, the State Fire Marshal has reviewed our proposals and provided written approval. Lastly, excuse me. Lastly, I would like to call to your attention that DSA has submitted for your consideration an addendum to the final express terms And this is regarding withdrawing a proposal to add item number 3 in 2115.6 and 2104 A 1.3.9. This is an item regarding extension of grout placing time limitation of 1.5 hours. As I mentioned earlier, DSA and OSHPD work together with both MIA and CMACN to develop the proposals included in this rulemaking package for chapters 21 and 21A. As we were developing proposals, the suggestion to add the language regarding the 1.5 hour time limitation was raised, but then ultimately decided not to include, as the group believed the topic is sufficiently addressed in the TMS 402/602. And furthermore, this proposed language might lead to conflict with ASTM standards. Therefore, the group decided to remove the proposal from the express terms. It was removed from OSHPD's express terms, but was erroneously included in DSA's express terms. The intent of this addendum is to correct the erroneous inclusion of that language regarding the 1.5 hour time limitation in DSA's express terms for 2215.6 and 2104 A1.3.9. If the commission accepts our proposed addendum, this would align DSA's and OSHPD's express terms proposal for section 2104 A.1.3.9. This concludes our overview for this agenda item. And with that, DSA respectfully requests the commission's approval of DSA's proposed regulations for publication in Title 24, Part 2, the California Building Code. We're available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of your proposal. Item 5B is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelson,
Just a question for BSC staff. And if we were to approve this, what would we be approving with a statement of attaching the addendum, or is it just an approval? This is a little bit of an unusual case.
I think the most appropriate, excuse me, the most appropriate motion would be approve as amend. So that would include the addendum and maybe state that in the motion approving the addendum.
Thank you.
Commissioner Santillan.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We will now take comments from members of the public on item 5B. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 5B to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 5B?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have one question remaining.
This is Kurt Sigurd with Concrete Masonry Association, California, Nevada. We'd like to thank the Commission and DSA and OSHPD for their work on Chapter 21 and 21A, better aligned with TMS 402/602, and we support the amendments made. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 5B back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the division of the state architect rulemaking DSA SS/CC 5/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code Part 2 of Title 24.
This is Commissioner Mickelton. I move to approve as amended with the addendum.
Commissioner Patel, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. The amended proposal be approved with the addendum. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding the motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Agenda item 5C is the division of the state architect rulemaking DSA SS/CC 6/21. Proposed adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Division of the State Architect please introduce yourself and provide an overview of this proposal, item 5C?
Thank you. Good morning again, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. I have here with me today remotely Brian Frank, our District Structural Engineer with the DSA Headquarters Codes and Standards Unit. Brian has tackled the lion's share of the work in preparing this rulemaking package for Part 10. Before you today is item 5C on the agenda, which is DSA's Title 24 Part 10 rulemaking package for the 2021 Triennial Code Cycle. This is our California Existing Building Code, or CEBC package. This package reflects DSA's proposals for amendments to the regulations for the California Existing Building Code for the 2021 Triennial Code Cycle. Brian and I thank you for this opportunity to present these changes proposed for incorporation into the 2022 California Existing Building Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. DSA's code change proposals for Part 10 include carrying forward existing DSA amendments to the California Existing Building Code with and without modification, as well as some relocation or repeal of some definitions from Section 318 of Part 10 to Chapter 2 of Part 10. The package also reflects some editorial updates and revisions in order to clarify requirements. The proposed amendments reflected in this package were determined to be necessary in order to provide clarification and better consistency in language and to remove duplication or conflict where possible. I mentioned the pre-cycle outreach when I presented our Part 1 and 2 packages. This Part 10 package before you underwent that same outreach process and refinement. In addition, a special code adoption committee meeting was held on April 16th of 2021 on the topic of adoption of the 2021 IEBC chapters 6 through 11 and 13. This was in response to a petition received from the AIA. During that public meeting, BSC, DSA, OSHPD, HCD, and the State Fire Marshal presented and discussed the position, and members of the public had opportunity to participate and submit comments. I'd like to mention that historically, DSA structural safety section has only adopted small portions of the California existing building code, most of which originated in the old Chapter 34 of the California Building Code, Part 2, and those were moved over from Part 2 to Part 10 during the 2015 Triennial Code cycle, when the IEBC became the model code for the CEBC, Part 10. It's also important to recognize that DSA has regulations in our admin code, Part 1, that were addressed earlier. And those regulations address work in existing buildings, in particular concerning when alterations or additions trigger rehabilitation of the existing building. So our provisions in the admin code work in concert with our provisions in Part 10. Prompted in part by the AIA petition, DSA has been working on a more holistic consideration of the CEBC for projects under DSA's jurisdiction. We anticipate this effort to occur over multiple code cycles. Our goal will be to work towards organizing DSA's amendments to fit within the broader structure of the CEBC versus the current condition where we have 7 isolated sections containing DSA requirements in sections 317 through 323. That is the primary motivation behind the work you'll see we've done in this package to remove DSA specific definitions from section 318 and instead incorporate the use of the Chapter 2 definitions where possible. DSA does not currently adopt Chapter 4 of Part 10, which addresses repairs, Our rulemaking package presented to the Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committees in July of 2021 included proposals to adopt Section 401 regarding general repair requirements and Section 405 regarding structural repair requirements, and to co-adopt OSHPD's definitions of repair and substantial structural damage in Chapter 2. However, upon discussion and review during the Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee hearing, some of these proposals were recommended for disapproval and or further study by the advisory committee. In response, DSA withdrew the proposals regarding repairs before going out for 45-day public comment, and they are no longer included in this rulemaking package. However, the remainder of DSA's current Part 10 rulemaking package, which we present to you today, was recommended to be approved by the Code Advisory Committee. We went out for a 45-day comment period from September 3rd through October 18th of 2021, and no public comments were received on this Part 10 package. As with Parts 1 and 2, we have our Form 399, which has been approved and signed by our department, agency, as well as Department of Finance, and is included in this package. Also, in accordance with the 9-point criteria, the State Fire Marshal has reviewed our proposals and provided written approval. Lastly, I would like to call your attention to another addendum. This one is regarding Section 319.1, Exception 2. This addendum seeks to correct the erroneous use of the word local in our express terms and an initial statement of reasons, instead replacing it with the word governing in order to provide the intended restoration of the original language and also to provide alignment with BSC's exception number 1 to this section. This concludes our overview for this agenda item. And with that, DSA respectfully requests the Commission's approval of DSA's proposed regulations for publication in Title 24, Part 10, the California Existing Building Code. We're available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 5C is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Yes, I want to applaud DSA for looking at and over the next few code cycles, incorporating or rather bringing over the repair, alteration, and addition regulations that are currently in the administrative portion of the code into the CEBC. It's as a user of the code, it's difficult to figure out what requirements apply, and have those requirements all in one place or mainly in one place would be great. And I think the CEBC is probably the appropriate place to have those regulations. And that's my comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Alegre,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 5C. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 5C, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 5C?
Yes, so I have Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you. Can you hear me? This is Mike Melanowski, representing the American Institute of Architects California Council.
Yes.
Great. I want to thank the commission for their and all the state agencies involved in this complex topic. As you know, the state of California, like the rest of the world, is faced with a whole series of crises and emergencies. These range from climate crises to crises in housing, the unhoused, crises in environment, fiscal crises, and layer upon layer of issue. And existing buildings play a key role in many of these complex considerations. We believe, as has been stated in previous comments, that in California, we are hampered by the failure to utilize the full power and flexibility of the multiple compliance paths that exist in the international existing building code. These compliance paths create a unique and highly flexible framework which allows the repurpose, utilization, retrofit, and improvement of our existing building stock. And as you all know, it is absolutely critical to addressing climate change, as well as many of these other crises, our housing crises and our urban revitalization crises, to save and repurpose and retrofit and improve our existing building stock as much as possible. The International Existing Building Code is unique among the international codes in providing multiple alternative compliance paths. California has not incorporated those options into its code framework, and that's the basis for the American Institute of Architects California Council's petition to bring these considerations to our state. They are used in other parts of the United States, and this is one area where California, we believe, is somewhat behind the curve in spite of our leadership in so many other areas. We thank DSA, Building Standards, HCD, CEC, and the various other state agencies that we've been working with. We look forward to progress on this topic in the upcoming mid-cycle. The State Fire Marshal is playing a lead role because they are among the key state agencies that have very specific, and we understand the complexity of making these changes. But we also want to impress upon the commission the urgency of not letting this issue roll forward for 3 years, for 6 years. It needs really to be corrected, not in 2 full code cycles, but in the next major code cycle. We believe the interim code cycle that's going to start shortly is a great place to start the detailed work to try and incorporate as much of the flexibility and power that already exists in the international framework, and that we look forward in the next full code cycle to putting these additional chapters into use in California. Because if we do not find ways to repurpose our existing building stock, there is no way that California can address the urgency of all these multiple layered crises that we face in the coming, we don't have decades, we just have years. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I want to thank the staff. I know this is a very complex topic, but it is of huge importance. We cannot new build our way out of these issues. Thank you.
There are no more hands up in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 5C back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the division of the state architect rulemaking DSA SS/CC 6/21, proposed adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner moved to approve as amended per the addendum dated November 10th, 2021.
Commissioner Santillan, second.
Commissioner Santillan, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal with amendments be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Agenda item 6 is the division of the state architect rulemaking DSA AC 1/21, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code, Chapter 11B for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Chapter 11B, Part 2 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Division of the State Architect please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 6? No. If DSA has a representative to speak to their 11B code package, is there someone on the line over there? It should be right here. Okay.
They're using Eric's.
Yeah.
Eric or Derek?
There they are.
Apologies.
Now do the video.
Good morning, Chairperson and Commissioners. I am Eric Drever, Principal Architect with the Division of the State Architect. I'm here today with Ida Claire, State Architect, and DSA Supervising Architect Derek Shaw. DSA Access Compliance is prepared to present to you today our proposal for the amendments to the regulations for the 2022 California Building Code. DSA proposes to amend existing provisions of the California Building Code. DSA's pre-cycle activities included in the Access Code Collaborative meeting on March 15, 2021, a public access stakeholder forum on April 13, 2021, and the Building Standards Commission's Code Advisory Committee held on June 16th and 17th, 2021. DSA requests approval of the amended building standards for Chapter 11B of the California Building Code. Derek Shaw is prepared to present the proposed amendments, and we'd like to proceed at the direction of the Commissioner Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Derek Shaw, Supervising Architect with the Division of the State Architect in the Headquarters Access Compliance Unit. Today we have our package DSA-AC 01/21 before you today, and we are requesting approval for this package. Unless preferred by the chair, I'm happy to go through each item, providing a very brief overview, and then proceeding if that meets the expectations of the chair.
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So our first item 2.01, this is regarding the definition of access aisle. Here we've sought to provide additional clarity to the definition by eliminating the word pedestrian so as to understand that the access aisle, it provides utility both for pedestrians and for vehicles. And then in striking the word parking and replacing it with the word vehicle, we are acknowledging that the access aisle is provided not only adjacent to accessible parking stalls, but also adjacent to accessible passenger drop-off and loading zones, as well as the accessible electric vehicle charging stations. The next item is item 11B.01. This has to do with section 11B-108, maintenance of accessible features. Here, at its essence, we are expanding the requirement that accessible features required by the code, which currently are limited in this section to public accommodations. We are expanding it with this change so that it would apply to all project types that are regulated by Chapter 11B. The next item is item 11B.02. Here we are making changes to amend section 11B-206.4.1. This section is conducted in coordination with the next item, 11B.03. And these two together are intended to make more clear and specific the accessibility requirements at entrances, as well as at accessible means of egress under item 11B.03. Okay, Now, the next item is item 11B.04. This is regarding housing at a place of education. Here we are seeking to amend section 11B-224.7.2 to clarify that the existing requirements, which currently are directed towards multi-bedroom housing, that in fact those accessibility requirements apply to all types of housing units that are covered by Chapter 11B, and that this is specific to all accessible dwelling units with adaptable features. So with that, we can certainly field any questions as the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 6 is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
I have no questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions, but thank you to staff for clarifying these sometimes prickly issues. That's all.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Same comments as Commissioner Mickelton. Thank you for clarifying those. But you know, in addition, it's not only clarification, but in that section under maintenance. Anyway, it's a sort of expansion of you know, maintenance of features that provide accessibility. So that's great. Anyway, really appreciate DSA's work on this. Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Rambin,
No questions.
thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 6. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 6 to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 6?
Yes, so our first commenter is Nubian. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Nubian Scott. I'm a staff attorney with Disability Rights California in the Civil Rights Practice Group. And I'd like to thank the Commission and DSA for their work on these issues. We did have several comments regarding item 2.01 and the definition change. We do recommend that this be approved. The same goes for item 11B.01 for chapter 11B regarding application and administration. We also recommend that that item be approved. Item 11B.02 regarding chapter 11B division 2 scoping, we recommend that it be approved. And the same for item 11B.04, chapter 11B division 2 scoping, we recommend that it be approved. Regarding item 11B.03, we have an issue with the exemption number 4. We strongly disagree with the change to exempt all accessibility provisions at doors that are providing access to interior or exterior stairways. That code isn't only applicable to individuals who use wheelchairs and won't be using the stairs, or other people with disabilities. We think that other people with disabilities will benefit from the 11B-404 door accessibility provisions, and therefore they shouldn't be removed from the code. Additionally, we think that this change would result in a conflict with some provisions of the 2010 ADA standards for accessible design regarding accessible doors. And that's the end of my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is going to be from Eric. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Eric McSwain, and I would like to also object to the proposed changes to sections 11B 206.4 and 11B 207.1, in large part for the same reasons that were just expressed. I have commented on this issue in emails and letters to DSA since May of last year. My arguments against the proposed changes are quite extensive, but I'll try to distill it down to just the basics. First of all, when the change to 11B 206.4 was first proposed, the statement of reason was that the exception 1 pertains to exits, and that code users had difficulty finding that code section because it was in a section called entrances. And one of the main impetuses for modifying 11B 206.4.1 was to move the code language into the section regarding exits. First of all, I should say that this language has existed in the California Building Code since at least 1992. And so while that doesn't mean that there's not room for improvement, I don't think that we should take changes to that section lightly. I don't have an objection to moving the code language. My problem is that what has happened is that the exception, which applies only to ground floor exits, has been expanded in the new code, in the proposed language, to apply to all exit doors serving stairways. I think that's going to result in a loss or a reduction in access, and as was mentioned by the last commenter, will conflict with the 2010 ADA standards. I also think it will create conflicts within the California Building Code. There is debate among, first of all, I'm a certified access specialist and an architect, and there is a debate among many people that do what I do, that as to whether or not doors to stairways are required to be accessible. In large part, those that disagree with me and say that they are not, argue that stairs are not part of an accessible route. That's a bit of a red herring. I have never argued that stairs are part of an accessible route. It's clear that they are not. However, section 11B 206.2.4, which deals with accessible routes, says that at least one accessible route shall connect accessible buildings or facility entrances with all accessible spaces and elements within the building or facility. There are numerous, well, by definition, an element or space is accessible if it complies with Chapter 11B. Chapter 11B has numerous requirements for stairs. Therefore, any stair that complies with those requirements is by definition accessible. And again, an accessible route is required to those stairs. And one of the arguments against doors to stairways having to comply is that technical section 11B 404.1 says that doors, doorways, and gates that are part of an accessible route shall comply with 11B 404. The technical requirements for doors are in 11B 404. Again, I'm not arguing that stairs are part of an accessible route. What I'm arguing is that an accessible route is required to the stairs. And I do not believe that the door, while it might be part of a stairway assembly, is part of the stair. I believe that an accessible route must be provided to the stairs. Now, some might argue that it doesn't make sense to provide an accessible route to elements that aren't usable by wheelchair users. And I should say that the important distinction between something that's a circulation path and an accessible route is that an accessible route by definition must be usable by a wheelchair user. However, the code requires accessible routes to many things that aren't necessarily usable by a wheelchair user. For instance, an ambulatory accessible toilet compartment, employee workstations, and an area of sport activity. Those elements or areas and stairs, while they may or may not be usable by wheelchair users, they are usable by many people with disabilities. In the final statement of reasons against the agency's response to my comments, there are essentially two main things that are spoken to. One deals with the fact that stairs aren't accessible routes. And again, I believe that's a red herring argument. And the other talks about the International Building Code and the intent discussed therein. I would just like to say that in the 2018 IBC Code and Commentary, and on page 10-46, it says that it is very important to note that an exception for the area of refuge in 1009, anyway, it goes on to say the accessible route must be available to the stairway or elevator so that people with mobility impairments and emergency responders can meet up as soon as possible. So again, I just want to drive home the point that an accessible route is required to a stairway. And DSA in their response also said that while many people with disabilities can use stairs safely, there is no exception that stairs beyond an area of refuge shall be usable by a person with a disability using a wheelchair. Again, I'm not arguing that doors need to be accessible for wheelchair users, doors to stairways. I'm arguing that doors to stairways benefit people with disabilities, that may be able to use the stairs. Lastly, I just want to say that if you approve the change to 206.4.1 exception 1 and accept 207.1 exception 4, we'll end up with a case where you're required to provide an accessible route to a stair. The stair is required to comply with 11B. An accessible route is required from the ground floor exit to the public way, but the doors inside the building to the stairway are not required to comply with 11B. That just seems entirely nonsensical to me. Lastly, I want to drive home the point that exit stairs may also be used by people to move from one floor to another within the building. They may not just be used for people exiting. Certainly, if a person is able to use the stair, they should be able to exit the stair on any floor within that building. Exception 4 says doors that provide access only to interior and exterior stairways shall not be required to comply. What does that mean for someone in the stair that wants to exit? And also, it's not clear whether or not the exception extends to stairway vestibules. Anyway, I've spoken quite a bit, and I'll leave it at that. I just hope that you will not approve these sections. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is going to be from Tim. Go ahead. Tim, you're muted.
There we go. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. I'm Tim McCormick, and I represent the California building officials. We're a group of some 450 cities and county building departments who have to enforce these regulations every day. And clarity is key for accessibility. We support all the code changes that are being recommended here by the Division of State Architect because they accomplish that goal. They give us the clarity we need. It's going to improve enforcement by relocating the means of egress provisions in Chapter 11B to one section, and I think everyone has been supportive of that. We also think it's going to provide clarity and harmony among the existing requirements. I'm going to speak mostly about the points raised so far about stairways. I think the main point here to understand is these code revisions, as one speaker earlier said, have been in the California Building Code for a long time. And we are trying simply to make them clearer and easier to understand. We're not trying to take away anything in these provisions. I think the state is on the right track here and just trying to make them easier to use. It has long been known throughout the United States, both by even teachings from the U.S. Access Board and the International Code Council, that doors to stairways do not have to be accessible. This is really not an issue that's not well understood throughout the industry. There are some folks who read the code and ignore the key part that was written in 1998, that doors have to be part of an accessible route before they need to be accessible. And the reason for that, and it was entered in the national standard as far back as 1998, was to make it clear that the provisions that we're talking about were designed for wheelchair users. So the wheelchair user has to go through that door to take the full benefit. That's what 11B is addressing. Now, we can get into all the other scenarios here, but the key point for stairs is that Chapter 10 in the California Building Code has all the other things that are needed to make sure it's safe for a variety of users. We don't need to try to fix something in 11B that's already been addressed and fixed in Chapter 10. And so I think some of our good intentioned folks here trying to make sure that everyone's can handle stairs that need to should be aware of these provisions that exist currently in Chapter 10 that are essentially identical to accessible door provisions. For instance, 32-inch clear width, limits on door hardware projections. Door opening forces are limited to 5 pounds on non-rated fire doors. Non-rated doors, 15 pounds on rated doors. The rest is strength issues. We have half-inch maximum thresholds at exit doors. 48 inches between series. Hardware height is almost exactly the same. It does allow 4 inches higher. But since stairways don't allow you to put locks on them, we're not going to have deadbolts up at 44 and 46 inches anyway. We're just going to have one device, either a lever hardware around 36, the standard height, or we're going to have push hardware, very common for panic hardware, around 40. So the hardware heights are going to be the same. The two key differences is that we will not have door maneuvering clearances that are designed for wheelchairs on these doors because we simply don't need them. There's no reason.
Mr. McCormick?
Yes.
I apologize. Could you slow down a little bit, please?
Oh, my apologies. Yes, I forgot that. I'm sorry. I will do that. I'm trying to be efficient with time, but I understand you've got to keep up with me too. My apologies. Okay, so the two key differences here are that there are no door maneuvering clearances for wheelchairs on both sides of the door, and that the door closing speeds are not regulated. Now, that may not sound like much, but it's actually a big deal. In most buildings, an interior stairway enclosure is the last line of defense in the fire life safety system. It's important that that door closes quickly. Causing it to close slower means we're going to allow smoke possibly to get into the last element of safety for people exiting the building in a fire. And for those of you that have kept up with the news recently, some of our major cities, we know the results when smoke gets into those stairwells. It's death for the residents. So we have already balanced accessibility and fire life safety on these exit stairs. And it's in Chapter 10. We need to leave it alone. And the state fire marshal would agree with that because I know I've had these conversations with them. So it's key to understand how this plays when we're talking about stairs. The clarifications that have been proposed by Vision State Architect make all of this clearer, and they are completely in agreement with the 2010 ADA standards, and so says the U.S. Access Board, and so says the Secretariat of the A117.1 Committee, who recently taught on this subject, accessible means of egress, just last month in a joint meeting, and made this crystal clear that these doors are not required to be accessible. So the consensus not only from CalVO, but from the US Access Board, the International Code Council, is this is properly written. Make no mistake about it. And for those that are concerned about folks that could still use the stairs with some limitations, the fire life safety folks have already taken care of that in chapter 10 for us. They're going to be okay. It's been provided for. As far as area of refuge go, which we don't see much in California because of the sprinkler requirements that eliminates them, if an architect were to put an area of refuge or any other accessible feature inside of a stairway, regardless of what it was, an accessible route would be required. So it is correct to say that if a person wanted to locate an area of refuge within an existing stairwell, that door would need to be accessible, but not because it's part of stairs, but because it's part of an accessible route to an area of refuge. That's what the code says. That language is good. It's been good for 24 years. We should be confident that we can rely on it. And that is something that we're just simply trying to do here. We're trying to take language that's been in the code since at least 95 that I know. One of the speakers said 92, I'll accept that, about smoke-proof enclosures and stairwells. And what does that mean in light of our ADA standards and what we're trying to do here today? I think DSA has addressed this problem properly, and we urge the commission to adopt all these amendments as submitted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have no other hands up in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 6 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Division of the State Architect Rulemaking DSA AC 1/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code Chapter 11B for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code Chapter 11B, Part 2 of Title 24.
This is Commissioner Rambin. I actually have another question. In thinking about this issue of the door clearances at stairs, Chapter 10 actually requires tactile exit signage at those stairs, both at the door into the stair as well as the grade level exit door. Tactile exit signs have requirements for clearances that are specified in 11B. And I'm concerned that requirement for the clearance of the tactile exit sign is going to get missed. There are pointers in the section about tactile exit signage that refer to the signage section in 11B, but they don't actually talk about the clearance required at the sign. And I'm wondering if there is the ability to add that pointer, or if that would have to come in the intervening code cycle. I don't know who can answer that question, if that's Viana or DSA.
Yes, this is Derek Shaw. You know, that would seem to be, while certainly it does impact and express regulation of some areas that are within the stair enclosure. The requirements for the accessibility requirements for all signs are regulated through a different code path. And that would be through the code path for scoping, specifically under the signs section. And then that points us directly to the technical requirements for the signs, which do include the clearance for an individual to read the tactile sign, the 18 by 18 clearance outside of the door swing. So we don't believe there would be any diminishment of that requirement as a result of the code changes proposed and before you today.
I agree that there's no diminishment for the requirement. I fear that it will be missed because we've now had this express statement that those that stair doors don't have to meet the requirements of 11B, and that people will just miss that because the raised character Braille section in 1013.4 it doesn't mention specifically that clearance requirement. It mentions a bunch of other sections in signage, but not that specific one for the clearance requirements. But it sounds like there isn't a path to add that pointer, and people just need to be wise enough to meet those requirements in the scoping section, is what I think you're saying.
So the requirements are clear in the access code. Oh, sorry, this is Ida Claire. The requirements are clear in the access code when it comes to tactile signage. I believe you're referring to a requirement in chapter 10 because you quoted 1013, correct? So if that sign is provided.
You went on mute, Ida.
Yeah.
Sorry for the technical difficulty. There are overarching requirements in chapter 10 that say brings in chapter 11B, and the requirements of chapter 11B and the requirements for tactile signage are
Happen again.
Mute again.
You're on mute again.
yeah, I'm not sure why it keeps.
And she's still muting me then. You're on mute. There we go.
Sorry, I'm unclear why this keeps doing its own thing on mute, but I believe I'm on right now. I just wanted to express there are clear requirements in chapter 11B that for scoping of those tactile signs and the clear floor space around the tactile signs that are required to read the signs.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from the commissioners? We're entertaining a motion.
This is Commissioner Mickelson. I'm wondering if staff can explain. I think it's a good thing that the exceptions for entrances versus egress was relocated, but why was it reworded in this way? Was it trying to clarify something? Because it seemed like the previous language has worked well historically. It's just sort of been in the wrong place. And then if you can also at the same time speak to the concerns that the callers had about agreeing with the 2010 ADA. Thank you.
Thank you. With regard to the way the requirement was previously written, there could be in a smoke-proof enclosure, technically there could be a ramp as part, and so it may be a part of an accessible means of egress. And so the smoke-proof enclosure was not providing the actual clarity that it needed. With requirements for addressing the issues of the caller, we checked the requirements in chapter 10 that were there for doors. We also have documentation from training that's provided by the U.S. Access Board, and our discussions as well that also address that with the ADA. There was coordination with the IBC and addressing chapter 10 concerns, and they concurred that the stairway doors did not need to have the maneuvering clearances, and the other items for doors are covered in chapter 10.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the commissioners or entertain a motion?
Commissioner Mattel, motion to approve.
Commissioner
Stockwell, second.
It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, seeing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Commissioner Klossbuckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Abstain.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
thank you.
Thank you. The vote is 7 aye, 1 abstain, and the motion is carried. At this time, we'd like to break for lunch. It's right at noon, so we will get back together at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Before we get started, I guess we should see if our captioner is back as well. Oh, never mind. There she is. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
We'll get started in just a minute. If the commissioners could turn on their video, I'll just make sure that everybody's back with us before we get started. We're all set, all right?
Okay, on your end? Okay.
All right, welcome back. We will get started where we left off with agenda item 7A. The Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking, HCD 5/21, proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Department of Housing and Community Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 7A?
This is Emily Withers. My name is Emily Withers, Codes and Standards Administrator 2, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes for the 2022 California Building Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. HCD's Item 7A proposal is adoption of the 2021 International Building Code as directed by Health and Safety Code Section 17922. New amendments for the California Building Code, California Residential Code, and California Existing Building Code were discussed at a combined HCD focus group meeting held on March 29, 2021. The express terms text with any changes resulting from internal analysis, comments from stakeholders, and recommendations from the Code Advisory Committees is currently before you, along with HCD's rationale for the changes. We would also like to note that some sections are co-adopted with other state agencies. Chapters 1 through 15 and 27 through 35 and appendices A through P were reviewed by the Building, Fire, and other Code Advisory Committee on July 7th through 8th, 2021, and approved for adoption with the exception of Section 915.1, which is carbon monoxide detection general section. This section included a reference to the fire code, which is not adopted by HCD due to lack of regulatory authority. However, is proposed for adoption by the Office of the State Fire Marshal, who has authority to adopt the fire code. SFM's adoption would basically override HCD's non-adoption for this particular section. Chapter 11A, Housing Accessibility, was reviewed by the Accessibility Code Advisory Committee on June 16th through 17th, 2021, and will be presented separately today following this presentation. HCD's proposed changes for chapters 16 through 26 were reviewed and approved for adoption by the Structural Design Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee meeting or Code Advisory Committee on July 28th through 29th, 2021. The CBC rulemaking included a 45-day public comment period from May 28th to July 12th, 2021. One comment was received related to HCD's proposed adoption of Chapter 31B, currently adopted by the California Department of Public Health. This is related to public swimming pools and for approving public pools in mobile home parks and special occupancy parks. HCD has responded to this comment in the final statement of reasons. HCD confirms that the local environmental health department will still review and approve the public swimming pool plans per Chapter 31B, and HCD will issue the construction permit and perform construction inspections if the park is under HCD jurisdiction. For parks under local agency jurisdiction, the local agency will serve as the enforcing agency on behalf of HCD. Since Chapter 31B is not an appropriate location for these procedural steps, HCD plans to issue an information bulletin in consultation with CDPH to confirm the permitting and inspection process for public pools in mobile home parks and special occupancy parks. The CBC rulemaking also included an additional 15-day public comment period from November 1 through 16, 2021, related to the need to clarify intended adoption of Section 3111.3 photovoltaic energy systems, when non-adoption was not HCD's intent. There were no comments received for this public review period. Many changes for the 2022 CBC are related to repeal of 2019 CBC text addressing tall wood buildings that were early adoptions and adopting the same provisions from the 2021 IBC. Many chapters are proposed for adoption with or without changes to existing amendments from the 2019 CBC or without California amendments. To conclude this general introduction, HCD can commence with the discussion of proposed changes or as desired by the Commission and respectfully request the Commission's approval. We thank the Commission for your time and sharing of expertise and are available to answer any questions or provide further information.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 7A is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel.
I have no questions at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Kloss-Bruckner.
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelson.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan. Commissioner Santillan. I can see your lips moving, but when you're off of mute, we're not able to hear you. No. Okay, I'll let you work on that and we'll move on. No comment. Got it. Commissioner Sasaki.
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Allegre.
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions.
Commissioner Ramden.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 7A. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 7A, please put yourself into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 7A?
We do have my hand. Diane, go ahead. Diane, you're muted. We will come back to, we'll come back to that. That was the only hand I had, so I'll check the phone and then come back to Diane. Okay.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay.
Diane Gould?
No, this is Diane Beer. Diane, did you have a comment? Oh, I guess we will move on.
There she is down at the bottom. That's right.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diane Beer, did you have a comment? Your hand is up in Zoom.
I didn't know it was up. No, oh my goodness. I was taken with Commissioner Patel's comments and recommendations. And I was wondering, I think I missed a little bit of it. I'm not sure if he would just clarify what it was we said in his comment about recommendation for international commitments.
Was that on a prior rulemaking we were discussing?
Well, oh, it could have been, yes. I'm sorry, it was.
That item's closed now.
Yes, so thank you for asking me.
Certainly.
Thank you. All right, and Barbara, you said no one was on the phone, correct?
There, yes, that was it.
Okay. That concludes the public comment portion. So I'll turn item 7A back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking HCD 5/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Commissioner Allegre seconds.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
All right, thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Kloss-Buckner.
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Commissioner Allegre.
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Agenda item 7B is the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking HCD 1 AC 4/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Chapter 11A, Part 2 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Department of Housing and Community Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 7B?
Afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Veronica Turdin, Associate Construction Analyst representing the Department of Housing and Community Development State Housing Law Program. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes for the 2022 California Building Code, Chapter 11A, and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. HCD's proposal includes the adoption of the amendments to the 2019 California Building Code, Chapter 11A, for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Chapter 11A, as directed by Health and Safety Code, Section 17.9.22. New amendments for the California Building Code, Chapter 11A, were minimal and mostly editorial, with no change in regulatory effect. The proposed changes were discussed at the Accessibility Code Advisory Committee on June 16, 2021. The text with proposed changes was made available to the public for a 45-day public comment period from August 13, 2021 until September 27, 2021. There was no subsequent public comment period. A total of 4 comments were received during the comment period, and HCD responded to all accordingly to the final statement of reasons. Those comments were in support, and approval was recommended for the editorial change made, and did not result in any changes for the express terms or rationale. The final express terms text is currently before you, along with supporting rulemaking documents. Would you like me to go over those editorial changes item by item?
Yes, please.
So first item, it's section 1102A.2, existing buildings. This is an editorial modification to align with the Fair Housing Act. The FHA uses the terminology after March 13, 1991. By using the existing terminology printed in 11A prior to March 13, 1991, Chapter 11A is inconsistent with the intent of the FDA by not including the date of March 13, 1991. This editorial modification will remedy this minor inconsistency. Second item, section 1114A-7, edge protection. The reference to specific model code section numbers requires HCD to continuously monitor every section reference provided in the code. In response to the model code section renumbering in the 2021 International Building Code, HCD is proposing to reference Chapter 10 versus the specific section, as the chapter number will likely not change, but the section has changed and may change again in the future. Finally, the third item, section 1134A-2, number of complying bathrooms. So grub bars are not required in Division 4 dwelling unit bathrooms. The inclusion of the grub bar installation references noted in option 1 and option 2 of this section implies that grub bars are required in Division 4 dwelling units. However, grub bars are not legally required in Chapter 11A Division 4 dwelling unit bathrooms. The presence of the current language referencing grub bar requirements has created confusion for code users, implying that grub bars are required in Division 4 dwelling units as required in Division 3 building features, which is not supported by the current state of the law. In conclusion, HCD requests your approval for adoption of the final express terms and rulemaking package for the 2022 California Building Code, Chapter 11A. We also thank the Commission for your review time and sharing of expertise as we're available to answer any questions or provide further information. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7B is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No question.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No question.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 7B. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 7B, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 7B?
Yes, so we have Nubian, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Nubian Scott with Disability Rights California and the Civil Rights Practice Group. We did want to recommend that the commission approve all 3 items. That is the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is our only hand in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 7B back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking HCD 1 AC 4/21 proposed amendments to the 2019 California Building Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Chapter 11A, Part 2 of Title 24.
Commissioner Mickelton, move to approve.
Commissioner Rambin, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Allegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Agenda item 7C is the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking HCD 6/21, proposed adoption of the 2021 International Residential Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Residential Code, Part 2.5 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Department of Housing and Community Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 7C?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Tom Martin. I'm representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes to the 2022 California Residential Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. HCD's proposal for the 2022 Residential Code includes provisions for fall prevention as directed by Senate Bill 280. HCD's fall prevention regulations were largely modeled after universal design provisions previously drafted by HCD and working groups convened by HCD. Specifically, for the fall prevention proposal, HCD convened a work group on March 3rd, 2021, largely reconvening participants from the Universal Design Work Group. We held a focus group meeting on March 9th, 2021, and for the Code Advisory Committee meeting on June 16th and 17th, 2021, HCD received 2 support letters strongly supporting the adoption of Section R320 as an important first step in making additional housing accessible to people with disabilities and improving the ability of all individuals to live in housing of their choice and to age in place. For today's meeting, we have received a comment from Disability Rights California, strongly supporting HCD's proposed inclusion of aging in place design and fall prevention provisions in the 2022 CRC. This letter also included some recommended text modifications as well as comments on location of the proposed text within the CRC. The express terms text, with any changes resulting from the Code Advisory Committee discussions and recommendations, internal analysis, or other comments from stakeholders, is currently before you, along with HCD's rationale for the changes. We'd also like to note that SB 280 included text stating that the aging in place design features were limited to specific features. To conclude this general introduction, HCD respectfully requests your approval for HCD adoption of the 2022 CRC. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 7C is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
I have a couple of questions. One is that for section 327.1.1 reinforcement for grab bars, it talks about that if the second and third floor of the dwelling shall comply with the section, but
Oh, yeah. What's next?
sorry, Mia, did you say something?
No, actually, if you could mute yourself if you're not speaking, that would help us out a little bit. Thank you. Sorry, Eric.
So just referring to the part that says at least one bathroom on the second or third floor of the dwelling shall comply with the section, but sometimes an entry level might not be on the ground floor. On a hillside site, for example, you may enter on the mid floor of a 3-story building. So just with both that and the sort of discussion in general about it being an entry level that these requirements apply to, I'm wondering why main entry wasn't used and why floor numbers were used.
I believe Emily Withers can address that. She worked more on the fall or the aging in place than I did. Emily?
Thank you, Tom. Commissioner Mickelton. Also, we tried to follow Senate Bill 280 language the best we could, and the language that they actually reference is ground floor. And because the definition of ground floor could be variable, we decided to go with that entry level. So that's our reasoning for using that particular terminology.
So because ground floor is more of a defined reference level, if you will, in other parts of the code, you're saying, and so you wanted to use something that was unique from that.
Right, and then we also provided a definition in chapter 2 for that entry level. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, we defined the entry level. This is for the CRC because this terminology is being proposed for the CRC. For the purposes of section R 327, entry level is the floor or level of the dwelling unit on which an entry is located. So it doesn't necessarily say primary, but we're being in the CRC, we're dealing with 1 and 2 family homes primarily. So usually there aren't that many entries.
I guess that's something that might be looked at for further consideration. I mean, I can imagine situations where there's a secondary door that's sort of a back entry or side entry to a garage or something that isn't the main door, but that because of site conditions, somebody might be able to use for or argue, you know, as being the entry, and it wouldn't create an equal sort of experience for people who need that that those accessible features. But I wonder then with the second and third floor, was there a reason to specifically put second and third as opposed to saying on one other floor of the dwelling shall comply with the section?
No, because the Senate Bill 220 actually talked about, well, if for the clearances, they talked about provision of the 32-inch clearance in the width opening for 1 bathroom door and 1 bedroom door on the ground floor, or in the case of a 2 or 3-story single-family dwelling on the 2nd or 3rd floor, if a bathroom or bedroom is not located on the ground floor. So we kind of parroted that legislative language.
Okay, well, that was my question. I'm going to relook at that, but you can go on to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McAten. Commissioner Santillan?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sasaki?
No questions, but I understand the difficulty of taking whatever Senate bill or state law language and trying to insert it into the building code. So understand those issues. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Allegre?
No comments.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment, thank you.
Commissioner Rambin?
No comments.
Thank you. Anything further, Commissioner McAten?
No, I just looked at that again, and I think in 98% of the cases, you're, you know, it's self-explanatory, and I guess I would just maybe suggest, you know, in a future code round, maybe clarifying that. I'm sure that any building official would interpret this effectively as it is, but it could use a little clarification. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 7C. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 7C to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. And we will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 7C?
Yes, so we have Nubian, go ahead. Right.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. My name is Nubian Scott with Disability Rights California. I'm an attorney in the Civil Rights Practice Group. We'd like to thank the Commission and HCD for their work on these issues. We do have a few recommendations and comments. So regarding R202 and the definition addition of the phrase entry level, we support the addition of the definition, but we recommend that it be changed to read as follows, quote, For the purposes of section R327, entry level is the floor or level of the dwelling unit on which any entry is located, and the change that's recommended there is to replace the word "an" with the word "any." We think that this modification is necessary to clarify that there may be multiple levels or floors in a building that provide entry to the home, and it's connected to our later proposals that selection of a particular entry is important when there are multiple options. And that takes me to our recommendations and comments around R327.1.1.1, which is documentation for grab bar reinforcement. The first comment is that we strongly support providing information and/or drawings identifying the location of grab bar reinforcement in the operation and maintenance manual. That manual is the only document that's legally required to be provided to new homeowners by developers. And we think that homeowners need to know where those features are, especially so they don't resort to damaging walls in an attempt to locate studs for grab bars. This would also help prevent homeowners from incurring extra expenses in an attempt to create reinforcement features that are already present due to a lack of information. And the second comment is we support the goals of this section. However, the use of the phrase "the entry level" may be confusing to developers and result in less accessible design. The definition of the phrase "entry level" that I cited just a moment ago refers to, quote, a floor or level on which an entry is located, or on any entry level. Depending on the design of the residence, there could be several levels with multiple entries. In order to accomplish the commission's intended goal of increasing access and visitability, we recommend changing the language in this section to, quote, at least one bathroom on the most accessible entry level, unquote. That would allow developers to identify and place features on a level of the home that would provide the most accessibility based on that home's overall design. And we recommend the following language change. At least one bathroom on the most accessible entry level shall be provided with reinforcement installed in accordance with this section. Where there is no bathroom on the most accessible entry level, reinforcement should be provided on the level which has the most accessible entry. And the last comment for this particular item is that there's an apparent typographical error in the introductory paragraph. We think the last sentence should read, where there is no bathroom on the entry level, at least one bathroom on the second or third floor of the dwelling shall comply with the section. I think the word "the" is just missing before section. Regarding R327, we strongly recommend that the aging in place design and fall prevention provisions be reintegrated into section R320 for accessibility. We oppose putting these provisions in a new section because we don't see a logical or functional reason to exclude them, as they are in fact accessibility features. The term aging in place design implies that these provisions are only relevant to older individuals. However, all components of these provisions, in other words, reinforcement for grab bars, switch and control heights, interior door width, and doorbell button or control height, are all commonly recognized as accessibility features because they're universally functional and necessary for people with a variety of disabilities, regardless of age. And for that reason, we don't see that there's an apparent useful purpose for recategorizing or separating these provisions from existing accessibility provisions. To the contrary, we're concerned about the possibility that separating the provisions would lead to confusion on the behalf of developers. And regarding R327.1.1, reinforcement for grab bars, we do support the addition of this provision. We particularly like the inclusion of reinforcement for an additional lower grab bar in the combination of bathtub or shower situation. And regarding R327.1.2, the electrical receptacle outlets, we support the addition of this provision. Regarding R.327.1.3 for interior doors, we support this definition with one proposed change. We think that this definition tracks with the definition in the California Building Codes 11B-404.2.3, but fails to include all of the technical components of the definition in the California Building Code. We urge the commission to adopt that same definition, which is, quote, door openings shall provide a clear width of 32 inches minimum. Clear openings of doorways with swinging doors shall be measured between the face of the door and the stop, with the door open 90 degrees. Openings more than 24 inches deep shall provide a clear opening of 36 inches minimum. There shall be no projections into the required clear opening with lower than 34 inches above the finished floor or ground. Projections into the clear opening width between 34 inches and 80 inches above the finished floor or ground shall not exceed 4 inches. We think that those additional sentences that are pulled from CBC 11B-404.2.3 provide consistency and decrease ambiguity. For instance, there are times when projections of a door frame can actually reduce accessibility of a door unless those other technical components are included. And that could result in the HCDs and the commission's goal of accessibility actually not being successful because a person is not following all the technical components that for accessibility. And we also think that maintaining two separate standards would increase the possibility that the intent will be misinterpreted, which would actually foster a lack of accessibility. And lastly, for R327.1.4 for doorbell buttons, we support the addition of this provision. We particularly appreciate the inclusion of a lower doorbell in the event that doorbell controls with cameras need to be located higher. And that concludes my public comment. Thank you.
Our next comment is going to be from Dara. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I just wanted to support what Ms. Scott just said. I wanted to add one comment though. I appreciate the comment that was made by the commission about access on the main entry in order to facilitate visitability and inclusion in the main living areas. And it is a tough trade-off between that and no accessibility at all when the main entry is located up a flight of stairs. And we were trying to ensure that at least in buildings, homes that are built on multiple levels, that perhaps in some instances, you know, access to another level will at least provide some access, even if you're not on the main entry. And that's why we are proposing the language that we are to ensure that somewhere in this home there is some further accessibility. But we appreciate this is a challenging dilemma in some of these homes. Thank you.
There are no more hands in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have one question remaining.
This is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association, and we were strong supporters of the legislation that directed HCD to go forward with this. And just as a comment, while these regulations will clearly benefit those with disabilities, the regulations that the bill sponsored were designed to basically apply to anyone who's aging. And that's why we supported it for inclusion in the single family dwelling provision. So with that, we support HCD's adoption. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 7C back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking HCD 6/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Residential Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Residential Code, Part 2.5 of Title 24.
This is Commissioner Mickelton. I have a couple of follow-up questions for HCD. One is similar to what I was asking about, what the caller from Disability Rights California brought up would solve part of what my concern was with the change to any rather than an entry or an accessible entry. Can HCD talk about whether, and that seems like an appropriate clarification, not changing the intent. And I'd like to see what HCD thinks about that.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Mickelton. Kyle Kraus, Deputy Director for HCD's Codes and Standards. We appreciate the comments from Disability Rights California and the question that Commissioner Mickelton asked. We do, however, believe that this is a substantive change that would require further consultation with stakeholders. As Bob Raymer pointed out, this is not an accessibility code. This is step one of providing some features that aid persons with disabilities to allow them to live in their homes longer. Aging in place was the intent here. And we do feel that the numerous comments by Disability Rights California are too lengthy to endeavor to try to complete during this rulemaking cycle. And we ask that we continue to work on these sections of new code in subsequent rulemaking cycles. And we ask for the Commission's approval. Thank you.
This is Emily Withers, and I'd also like to add that Commissioner Sasaki made a very good observation that sometimes when you're implementing statute, it can be difficult. And one of the issues with this particular section 17.922.15 that was added to the Health and Safety Code was it included a phrase that said that at the next triennial building standards rulemaking cycle that commences, HCD shall investigate, blah, 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 and propose building standards. But then they also included this phrase that said promote aging in place design and are limited to all of the following. And because of that limiting language, we really couldn't go into, for example, talking about clearances at doorways, etc. We're very limited to what was stated in the bill.
So can you explain a little more? So in the future, I would assume that some of these things could be elaborated upon and defined further, especially based on questions that may come up in usage and application. At what point would HCD not any longer be limited by the statute that drove this? Does that make sense? So if you wanted to.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Mickelton. Kyle Kraus again, Deputy Director, HCD. I think that really that's maybe not tested. And I do, however, believe that HCD has the ability to work with stakeholders in future code adoption cycles to consider amendments to help clarify, and especially as this code becomes effective next January 1st of 2023, and we get some feedback on implementation, I think it would be beneficial for us to receive comments from building officials, from architects, from building inspectors, and we test this, let the rubber hit the road a little bit. But yeah, I believe any subsequent rulemaking cycle after approval would be an appropriate venue.
Thank you. No other questions, or just that typo that was brought up in 327.1.1. I think that should be comply with this section where the word "this" is left out. Is that correct?
I concur with that. This is Emily Withers.
That's all. Thank you.
Any other commissioners have any comments or wish to entertain a motion?
This is Commissioner Patel. I appreciate the point that Commissioner Mickelson brought up. He's right. It's interesting because when I read the definition of entry level as a building official, I assumed it to mean any floor that you could enter a building at. So if you had multiple entries on a hillside, that you'd actually require bathrooms on multiple floors to have these grab bars, or at least have the backing for the grab bars installed. So I guess my question is just one of implementation. Is the intent of HCD that this apply to multiple floors if there's multiple entry points to a house, or just a single floor? I don't know, Kyle, or somebody in HCD, if they could answer that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Patel. This is Deputy Director Kraus, HCD. Emily, do you have the language in front of you?
Yeah, I do. Section R 327.11 states that at least one bathroom on the entry floor level. So it's the at least one.
So if I had multiple entry points, Emily, would I require at least one bathroom on each of those entry point floors to have the installation?
I would think it would be because it's at least one. If you have one, you would meet that requirement.
Okay, so maybe between now and when the code gets published, there could be some sort of direction, because as I read it, and maybe I read it wrong, it says an entry level is the floor or level of the dwelling unit on which an entry is located. So for me, if you have an entry point at two different levels at the house, and you had bathrooms on both levels, then you would have to have at least one bathroom on each level that meets the requirement. So that's the way I'm reading it, the way it's set. There's no definition of entry, so it doesn't imply that an entry is only one location. So for me, if there's multiple entries and multiple floors, I would think that you'd have multiple bathrooms that have this requirement. So if HCD means something different, it'd be good if they put something out. Or if they agree, it'd be great if they put something out.
Okay, the statute actually reads the installation of support backing for the later installation of grab bars and one or more bathrooms. So the statute isn't really that clear either.
Commissioner Patel, this is Deputy Director Kraus. If I put my building official hat on, I would say that your interpretation is a reasonable interpretation. So if there are multiple ground floor entry points on more than one level, any level that has that entry level and a bathroom would require the backing. But HCD can endeavor to clarify that potentially in an information bulletin. It would be inappropriate for HCD to make any modifications during publication that weren't approved by the commission, however.
This is Commissioner Mickelson.
Go ahead.
Following up on that same thing, I think that maybe the source of the confusion starts with the definition, as much code confusion often does. And so I wonder if simply changing that in that one location to say entry level is a floor or level of the dwelling unit on which an entry is located, as opposed to the floor or level, because if you're starting with the definition, that's implying that it's a single floor, but that's contrary to what we're saying, which is that the intent was potentially multiple bathrooms in different locations on any entry level, and rather than the Disability Rights California suggestion of changing it to any later on. I think simply changing entry level is the floor or level to entry level is a floor or level allows more flexibility, and this interpretation would then apply to, as we're saying, any level that is an entry. From what I'm hearing, that sounds like it's the intent. Commissioner
Mickelson, I hesitate to make a change on the floor for this. I think HCD clearly needs to look at this outside of this moment to make sure that we propose what we intend to propose. We've asked the commission for approval, and we believe, based on the steps that we took with our stakeholders, the Code Advisory Committee, and public comments, that we're in a position to request approval, and that's what we'd like to do at this point. We hesitate to make a sudden change without the time to consider the potential consequences.
Any other commissioners have any comments or wish to entertain a motion?
I mean, one question, this is Commissioner Sasaki. I mean, timing wise, it kind of has to, in order for this to get in to the code this cycle, I mean, it kind of has to be approved now, right? I mean, if, say, for example, we said, oh, hey, HCD, look at changing that definition of entry level. I don't think there's enough time, correct? Am I right, Mia?
Well, you know, not knowing if this is substantive or not, I think it sounds like it warrants more of a discussion with the stakeholders and another comment period at the very least. So we would be running up against a very short timeline if this was further studied. You know, again, I can't say whether it can or can't be done. I think it's more up to, is it something that needs to be addressed this code cycle, or could it be looked at in a future code cycle for changes?
Well, I guess my question is whether it can be addressed in an informational bulletin by HCD. I think as Kyle had suggested, it seemed to me that might be a reasonable way given the time limitations that we have at this point.
Yes, that's correct.
That's all.
Any other commissioners have any comments?
No, but this is Commissioner Sasaki. I guess move to approve with amendment on the 327 R327 section. Is that an insertion of the word "this" in that
Correct.
Section?
Was it R327?
It was specifically section R327.1.1 reinforcement for grab bars. First paragraph.
But can I ask the question, is that an approve as amend request by HCD to add that? I know it's a discussion by the commission, but does HCD concur that that word needs to be added to that section?
Yes, this is Emily. I agree with that. It makes it a complete sentence. It's just missing the, usually it says shall comply with this section or the section, and it should state this section.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Mickelton. I will second it, and I'll, commend HCD for creating this. I know it was driven by state law, but still, it's a good addition to the code. That I actually started speaking with HCD about 12 years ago, an aging in place section. So this is, I'm very happy to see this. And I would ask that, as you suggested, Kyle, putting out an information bulletin to clarify the intent here, but I would not want to miss the opportunity to get this into the code by delaying it for further study.
you. It's moved and seconded that the proposal be approved with the minor amendment being the insertion of the word "this" in R32.1.1 section.
327.1.1.
Oh, what did I say?
R 327.1.1.
R 327.1.1. Sorry, I misread my own handwriting. Right. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please state no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item 7D is the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking HCD 7/21. Proposed adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Department of Housing and Community Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 7D?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Tom Martin, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes to the 2022 California Existing Building Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposal. HCD's proposal for the 2022 Existing Building Code is very modest. We're bringing forward existing amendments, and we have a few minor editorial changes and some renumbering to code sections to align with the model code, with the new model code. The express term text with any changes resulting from the Code Advisory Committee discussions and recommendations, internal analysis, or other comments from stakeholders is currently before you, along with HCD's rationale for the changes. To conclude this general introduction, HCD respectfully requests your approval for HCD's adoption of the 2022 California Existing Building Code.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 7D is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
I have no questions.
Commissioner Klaus Brechner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Legray,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 7D. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 7D to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 7D?
There are no hands in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 7D back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking HCD 6/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24.
Move to approve. Commissioner Klaus Bruckner.
Commissioner Patel, second.
It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item is 8A, the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, Rulemaking, OSHPD 3/21, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 8A?
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you. I am Richard Tannehill, the Supervisor of the Building Standards Unit. With me today, I'm going to have Dr. Roy Lobo, who's a Principal Structural Engineer, and Tom Hale, the Senior Structural Engineer, if there are any questions for them. This proposal is for the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1. Proposed amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Codes and Processes Committee on November 5th, 2020, January 14th, 2021, and March 11th, 2021. The proposed action is to make technical amendments to Title 24, Part 1, and include providing additional definitions for clarifications, adding and amending definitions related to integrated review as it is replacing collaborative review and phased plan review. We are also adding a definition for starter construction specifically for OSHPD projects, as the current definition does not align with our start dates. Amending timelines for resubmittal of smaller projects to better align with clients' anticipated plan approval dates, APAD dates. So projects $500,000 or less will now need to be returned for review within 45 days instead of in lieu of the 90 days. Amending fee structures for smaller projects to more closely reflect the efforts required by this type of project. Fees for projects under $250,000 will be 2% in lieu of 1.64%. Since removing collaborative review and replacing with integrated review, the 1.95% fee for collaborative review will now apply to integrated review. Thank you for your time and consideration for approval. We are happy to answer any questions or go over any of the items being proposed.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 8A is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Legray,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No question.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We will now take comments from members of the public on item 8A. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 8A to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 8A?
There are no hands raised. We'll check.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 8A back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development Rulemaking, OSHPD 3/21, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24.
Commissioner Rambin moved to approve.
Commissioner Santillan,
Commissioner
seconds.
Santillan, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klossbachner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item 8B is the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development Rulemaking, OSHPD 4/21, proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 8B?
Hello again, I'm Richard Tannehill, the supervisor for the OSHPD Building Standards Unit. This proposal is for the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1. Proposed amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board on November 5th, 2020, January 14th, 2021, and March 11th, 2021. The proposed action is to make technical amendments to Title 24, Part 2, Volume 2, and includes the following: modifications to the OSHPD 2 banner to include OSHPD 2A and 2B. This is for skilled nursing facilities. 2A is for single-story wood or light gauge metal frame skilled nursing facilities that must meet model code requirements. 2B is for all other skilled nursing facilities. If OSHPD 2 is shown without the A or B designation, it applies to both A and B. This definition is being added to Part 2, Volume 2, being presented later today. Another significant addition we are making is adding 2 new types of rooms for healthcare facilities: a procedure room and a Class 2 imaging room. The procedure room will be an intermediate level room between a treatment room and an operating room and can be accessed from a non-restrictive corridor. Imaging rooms will now be labeled as Class 1, 2, and 3 imaging rooms. Class 1 will be diagnostic, Class 2 for intermediate level procedures that are not considered invasive, and Class 3 allows for invasive procedures and aligns with the requirements of an operating room. This will provide more flexibility for facilities, especially when upgrading their current equipment. To address these changes, several definitions have also been added or amended. I'd also like to note that we have continued to have dialogue with CDPH, California Department of Public Health, about the Class 1 imaging rooms, and it has been determined that the services such as low-risk needle-based procedures such as biopsies, cavity drainage, and microwave ablations will be allowed. So in the future, we'll be making an amendment to allow these in a class 1 imaging room. We were too late to get an amendment in when we found this information out. But the language can stand as is without modification, but we will make a clarification. Thank you for your time and consideration for approval. We are happy to answer any questions or go over any items being proposed.
Eight B is open for commission discussion, and I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel.
Thank you. I just had one general question for the department. Is your intent to eventually change? I know the name of your department has changed. Is there an intent to change that as well in the code to the Department of Healthcare Access and Information in the future?
We had already, thank you, Commissioner McKinnon. We had already submitted the changes and been reviewed when we were notified of the change. And at the time we were first notified, we did not have a new name yet. So probably in the following code cycle, we'll be upgrading that accordingly. Right now, we have determined that like the OSHPD 1, 2, and 3 designations will remain as is, as not to cause confusion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner.
No comments.
Commissioner Mickelton.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki.
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 8B. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 8B to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 8B?
Yes. Crystal, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Crystal Oren, and I am representing Canon Medical Systems, a member of the Medical Imaging Technology Alliance, who submitted comments regarding this item that Richard was just discussing, item number 11, as it stood on the Commission Action Matrix. We thank HCI for looking further into the need to allow low risk needle-based procedures in imaging class 1 rooms. And we look forward to the PIN that is forthcoming that will make that distinction. And we hope it will also include the class 2 imaging room requirement allowance for existing rooms not to meet the 3-foot 6-inch clearance on both sides of the patient table where those rooms are existing pre-2022. Thank you.
There are no other hands in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 8B back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development Rulemaking, OSHPD 4/21, proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1 of Title 24.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, move to approve.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Mickelton,
Allegre,
second.
seconds. Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell, Commissioner Stockwell, Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
I got Commissioner Stockwell and Rambin at the same time. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. At this point, it's 2:21, so I think we'll take a 15-minute break and come back at 2:35. Thank you. We'll make sure all of our commissioners are back and get started in just a moment. Everybody's on. Yep. All right, welcome back to the Building Standards Commission. We are on agenda item 8C, the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development Rulemaking, OSHPD 6/21, proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 2 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 8C?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Roy Lobo, Principal Structural Engineer with HCI. I have with me here today Richard Tannehill, who's a supervisor of the HCI Building Standards, and Tom Hale is a Senior Structural Engineer. Thank you for this opportunity to present agenda item 8C and see if any questions you may have. This proposal is for the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 2. Proposed amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Structural and Non-Structural Regulations Committee on March 24th, 2021. The proposed action is to make amendments to Title 24, Part 2, Volume 2, and includes the following. Provide amendments that are technical, both substantive and editorial, that also aligns where possible with the Division of State Architect, DSA, in the A chapters and in Chapter 23. Several renumbering and realignment with IBC and AAC 7 changes. Modifications to the OSHPD 2 banner to include OSHPD 2A and 2B in specific provisions for skilled nursing and intermediate care facilities. Amendments to Chapter 16 and 16A, including early adoption of some ballots that passed the AAC 722 main committee related to structural design, namely two-stage analysis procedures and buildings with extreme torsional irregularities. Adoption of AAC 716 Supplement 3 and NAERP 2020 provisions for use of the multi-period spectrum. Amendments to chapters 17 and 17A, including relocating specific testing and inspection requirements, primarily related to shotcrete and from the material chapters. Amendments to chapter 18 and 18A, including modifications to ACI 318 for precast concrete piles, pile anchorage, and modifications to the provisions for temporary pre-stressed rock and soil foundation anchors and earth retaining shoring. Amendments to chapter 19 and 19A, including modifications to ACI 318 for shotcrete and testing of post-installed anchors. Reorganized amendments to the masonry material chapter 21 and 21A, which included most prior amendments in these chapters to directly modify TMS 402/602 provisions. New amendments included new minimum masonry design compressor strengths and grout pour height provisions. Repeal of mass timber and tall wood amendments and adopt ICC model code on these items. Updated reference standards in chapter 35 to align with the 2021 IBC as applicable. Then we received some comments during the 45-day public comment. Amendments by John Chrysler and Kurt Sigard from the Masonry Institute of America and the Concrete Masonry Association of California and Nevada. These were to sections 2105.2 and 2105A.2. Revise the amendment to maintain F'(m) equals 2000 PSI as the trigger to require masonry prism testing as given in the 2019 CBC. Sections 2105.4 and 2105A.4, the amendment to the exception is withdrawn. The new amendment would have changed the F'(m) at which masonry prism testing is required. So that would have lowered that value. So that amendment was withdrawn. We then received a 15-day public comment from Gabriel Acero and Cairo Bricerno from CEOC and CEOS Seismology Committee. This was to section 2105A.2. No changes were made to the currently proposed amendment as a result of this public comment. The proponent had proposed changes to the masonry compressive strength of 2000 PSI to something less for the purpose of requiring prism testing in seismic design categories D, E, and F. Thank you for your time and consideration for approval. We're happy to answer any questions and go over any items being proposed.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 8C is open for commission discussion, and I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We will now take comments from members of the public on item 8C. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 8C to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. I'll just remind folks again to please speak slowly when you're making your comments. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 8C?
There are no hands in Zoom. Check the phone.
You have one question remaining.
This is Kurt Sigard with the Concrete Masonry Association, California, Nevada. We'd like to thank Mr. Lobo, Mr. Hale for their consideration and hard work on chapters 21, 21A. And we agree with the amendments as presented. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 8C back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development Rulemaking, OSHPD 6/21, proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 2 of Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Commissioner Allegre seconds.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. As a reminder, please make sure that your phones are on mute. You're not speaking. Show the gallery view.
Sure.
We're moving on to agenda item 8D, the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development Rulemaking, OSHPD 5/21, proposed adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 8D?
Well, Commissioners, this is Richard Tannehill, Supervisor of the OSHPD Building Standards Unit. Today with me, I have Dr. Roy Lobo, Principal Structural Engineer, and Tom Hale, Senior Structural Engineer. This proposal is for the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10. Proposed amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Codes and Processes Committee on November 5th, 2020, January 14th, 2021, and March 11th, 2021. The proposed action is to make technical amendments to Title 24, Part 10, and include the following: reorganizing and renumbering to align with the proposed international code changes. Several pointers also had to be adjusted. Amended language to replace an exception with a new subsection on pounding analysis for buildings that are adjacent to one another. We added alternate acceptance criteria for evaluation of foundations using ASCE 41 and adopted ASC 41-17 Supplement 1 to address creation of the general response spectrum in ASCE 41 and application of the site-specific ground motion requirement in ASC 7 to only apply to ground motion hazard for new buildings. Thank you for your time and consideration for approval. We are happy to answer any questions or go over any items being proposed.
Thank you. Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 8D is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
I have no questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Legray,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
We will now take comments from members of the public on item 8D. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 8D to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 8D?
There's no hands in Zoom. Check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 8D back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development Rulemaking, OSHPD 5/21, proposed adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24.
Commissioner Patel, move to approve.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item, 9A, is the Office of the State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 3/21, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Office of the State Fire Marshal please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 9A?
Hey, good afternoon. This is Andrew Henning. I'm an Assistant Deputy Director with the Office of the State Fire Marshal and oversee the code development, fire and life safety, and state fire training divisions. I just want to first start out by thanking the Building Standards Commission, as well as the staff at the BSC under the leadership of Executive Director Marvelli, for all their support with this code development package. Unfortunately, State Fire Marshal Chief Richwine and Assistant State Fire Marshal Wendy Collins were unavailable to attend, but now I'd like to turn it over to Chief Greg Anderson of our Code Development Analysis Division to go over the package. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair. Today we're looking at the proposals from the State Fire Marshal for the California's Administrative Code. We have, and this is one of our smaller packages. We started in Article 3, the section that has been reserved for the State Fire Marshal for a long period of time, to put in some of the basic guidelines for submitting plans to the State Fire Marshal's office, including plans and the specs and things that we need to review. The other one that we looked at is the state specified buildings, and this came under from administrative, from new statute, which came in from, I'm trying to find the bill number right here. The new legislation was passed from Senate Bill 85, and some of the intent of the legislation was to move some of the smaller state leased buildings over to the local jurisdiction. In the language of the bill, they did spell out some that we could not, would not go to the locals, they were ours, such as California Department of Corrections, state institutions, and there was a list. But it also had specified state occupied buildings, which was us to define what that was, and that's what this package is. So we, our Fire and Life Safety Division, work with stakeholders, because this directly affects their program, because they're the ones who are doing the plan review and inspection of the state buildings. They met with stakeholders. There was some different discussions with that, and after the CAC, we have made some changes. Cal chiefs, the FPOs wanted it to be very clear, so it was easier for the local jurisdictions to know whether it was going to be under the authority of the State Fire Marshal or under the locals. So we tried to clean up those lines to make it fairly clear of who the authority would be. And then last week we got the comments from UC, which I know you heard earlier, about them being incorporated to the state specified buildings. we are not in opposition to their comments. As you will see in their letter, they also agree that they still fall under the jurisdiction of the state fire marshal, which we have then delegated to the UCs in a long-term mean agreement. So we're asking for approval of these proposals, and I will work with Building Standards Commission for the next cycle to clean up some of the language for the UCs they are separated out so they're not included in that same definition, but still keep the same intent of what we're trying to do here on who the authority is. And our proposal does not have any conflicts with the intent of this section. I will open it for any questions the commissioners have.
Well, thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 9A is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
I have no questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelson,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Yeah, I have a comment. It's related to the University of California and CSU. You might want to also look into the Judicial Council, whether or not they have similar comments as UC. I know Judicial Council, right? They basically own the court system or the court buildings in the state of California. So as a suggestion when you're working out language. Thanks.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take comments from members of the public on item 9A. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 9A to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 9A?
There are no hands raised from Zoom. Check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 9A back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 3/21 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code for incorporation into the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Allegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Agenda item 9B is the Office of the State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 4/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24. Will a representative from the Office of the State Fire Marshal please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 9B?
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Anderson. I'm the Chief Code Development and Analysis, the State Fire Marshal's Office. I will present our proposals for Part 2 for the California Building Code for the 22 edition. This is a larger package. I'm going to give an overview of what we've done, and then I will look for guidance from the commissioners of whether they're going to do this with grouped topics or go through chapter to chapter. All the work that we did in administrative code will also be carried forward for the state specified buildings as it is in chapter 1 through for all the different parts. We are repealing and adopting the model code from the work that we did in the intervening code cycle. Probably the big package is the tall wood buildings, which we brought in early for California. We are repealing all of it except the tables, which we had to format for California for the way it's a little different. But we're repealing the language and adopting the model code. We brought in the energy storage systems early, so we were repealing that and bringing in the model code language. With the exception of the R3 changes in the fire code. We did do modifications in that cycle so that they matched what's in the residential code, but that's in the fire code. So we'll talk to that later. But you will see all the different parts for definitions that are in here. Mechanical parking structures, same thing. We brought it early and we're repealing. Same with special amusement parks. We did a few work groups. We did a work group for the daycare proposals. This was brought in through legislation to say that large family daycares can be in a condo and apartment building if they meet the egress and other requirements of the building code. When we got into it, we realized there were a lot more problems with the daycares, especially between Group E and the I-4. So we tried to divide them appropriately. We found that the Group E could be more restrictive than the I-4, which is not what makes sense to code users. So we working with the Department of Social Services, numerous other stakeholders to draw a cleaner line and divide these out so that the I-4 would be the ones with the infants and the toddlers. We're also changing the line between it used to be infants and toddlers. Now we're changing between toddlers and children. And the problem with that is in statute, infant is defined and toddlers is defined. But when there's an overlap, which there is in the definitions, because an infant goes up to 24 months, but a toddler goes 18 months to 36 months. And so when you had a daycare with toddlers, you didn't know if they would meet the legal definition of an infant also. So we changed where that break point is at 36 months to correlate with the definitions in statute. That's an overview of that work group. Let's see, we did a lot of work with the WUI group. In Chapter 7A, you'll see most of it is editorial. It was a rewrite to make it cleaner, and so that we could get rid of some of the confusion. The rest of that we did in the fire code. With that, we updated new additions for NFPA standards, NFPA 10, 13, all of the 13s. 72 is a big one, and there's another list through that just to stay current. With that, we're looking for approval, and I'll ask the commissioners, do you want to go through this chapter by chapter or by grouped items?
This is Commissioner Klaus Berkner. My vote is by the group rather than chapter by chapter.
I agree.
We have
I was looking and dividing it up like these.
it makes it a little interesting when we do it this way, but there's no clean way because a lot of our proposals are through all different chapters.
Can I ask?
With that, should I be moving forward?
Can I ask a quick question, maybe? Well, the chair takes a look at the grouped items. Are there a number of grouped item sections that we could go through that don't have commission questions? And maybe we could take, I mean, some of the grouped items, if that makes sense.
Mia, this is Crystal Sujeski, Cal Fire Office State Fire Marshal. Is now the time also to bring up the addendums before we get into voting?
Yeah, since you have an addendum for part 2, I would explain that before we get too far.
Chief, back to you.
Thank you, Crystal.
Yes.
Yeah, we have some addendums. The first one is because our language that we put in for Chapter 7A brought in the statute requirements for different zones in the wildland severity zones. But there was an error in that, so we took it out. We took out the moderate, because that needs to go to the work group before decisions are made. And we did some public comments on this. Also, based on other public comments, we kept it the same. We did not put the high in there currently because the state maps are not out for it. So even though it is in statute, there is no map to guide the locals on this requirement. So we did define at the state level that it is the very high, high, and moderate, which is currently the same. And just we're getting ready for the next cycle so we can add the language in there. The second amendment was a request from the Building Standards Commission because somewhere in the translation of when they were posted, one new section wasn't underlined. So the addendum is just an editorial change to show you that it was underlined. With that, I'll turn it back to the commissions.
All right.
Well, so Commissioner Sasaki, I mean, this is a huge package, right? So, I mean, for efficiency's sake, I mean, Greg, how do you think you want to go about it? I mean, you know, obviously, we don't want to go through every change in every chapter. I mean, I suppose one way to do it is to go through the items where there were questions or comments by commenters. That might be one way to do it. Anyway, I open for suggestions on how to make this reasonably efficient.
I think if what worked last code cycle was we utilized the grouped items list, and I want to make sure you all have that, and that was posted to our website as well. Does everyone have a copy of that table? It's multiple tables, but it groups together the chapter 1 items, and then it has on the first page, it has chapter 3 occupancy, and then it has chapter 4, and so on and so forth. Does everyone have that? And so what we could do is just go through each of those grouped areas and take an, you know, commission discussion, public comment, and take action. The other way is if you guys don't have any issues with chapter 1, chapter 3, chapter 4, and maybe chapter 7, you group those together. That's just another idea.
This is Commissioner Rambin. It seems like chapter 2 was completely left off that grouped item list, and there are a number of items in chapter 2. I don't want to overlook those if we decide to go with the grouped approach.
If you go down to miscellaneous chapters, you'll see 3 of the proposals for chapter 2. They're grouped with a different topic.
Thank you.
Also in the automatic parking group, there's another one for definitions, and under the energy storage systems.
Yeah. So what happens when we group the items is because some of these topics spread across multiple chapters. That's how they're grouped. So, okay.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, that makes more sense.
All right, so it sounds like what we want to do is take chapter 1, which is on page 1 of the grouped items list. And should we do 1, 3, and 4 to start with? And see if there's any commissioner comments or questions about those 3 groupings?
Sure.
Sure, that works.
Sure. I will start in. Thank you. Commissioners, group 1, which is chapter 1 administrative, that was where we're changing our code cycle that we're working on. I do want to point out, I believe it's this one, which is 1.9. There is an editorial change on this one. Is it 1.9? We actually put under the wrong page, 1.9. Yes, when we do at the very top in the brackets, and we put 2018 IBC when it should be the 2021. In the text, it is correct where we did it in the express terms, but in our description, we used the wrong addition in this location. We apologize for that errata, and hopefully it can just be taken that way because it is specifically spelled out in chapter 1 that we are adopting the 2021 codes. Going back to the group items, it's through the title. We have the specified state occupied buildings, more cleanup, work from permit, which we had changed, and then occupants 3 for classification and use, and institutional group, which I will bring up. I have to jump around from place to place. Most of this was just cleanup language. 31. We just added the word institutional, so editorial. And in 3.3, we took out the higher education laboratories. Oh, it's 3.6. 3.6 is, oh, we took out ambulatory health care facility because we just call it the I-2.1 in California. So it's just an editorial cleanup. Going on to special detailed requirements based on occupancy use.
Hey, Greg, this is Commissioner.
Section item 4.1. Yes.
I just had one question
Yes,
for you.
Commissioner.
That second item, item 3-6, that talks about
Yes.
I-2.1s. You've got the same one. It's the only one I think that was repeated. You've got that in the I-2 occupancy grouping as well. Did you want to take that as part, and that's fine. Did you want to take that as part of this group 3, chapter 3, or did you want to group it with the I-2 and I-2.1?
It is more appropriate with the I group.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Rick.
And then going down to 4.1 and 4.2 is evacuation of buildings. We just added other emergency conditions because based on things that happen in our world now, we had to expand the scope of it. That's in 4.2. 4.1, we were just carrying forward with the items. And then the last group item is 415.1.
Editorial
which
change.
is editorial change. So with that, we ask for the commissioners to approve. Thank you.
All right, do any of the commissioners have any questions or comments for the Office of the State Fire Marshal? All right, hearing
And
none.
I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Rambin on item 1.4. I think this was one that was suggested for further study, but I just wanted to make sure. Sorry, I'm just trying to get back to my notes here. There were two items, 10 and 11, in that section on specified state occupied buildings. I think they were added. And then there's a line that says, except as provided in items 1 through 9, buildings shall become the responsibility of the local jurisdiction. I think that should be 1 through 11.
You are correct. We had not caught that one. Working through the groups, we had done some other changes for modification. So thank you very, very much, Commissioner.
Wait a second. Actually, no. 10 and 11 are, so CAL FIRE occupied areas would remain ours. 10 and 11.
No.
I don't think
Crystal,
we wanted to go.
all of them. No, it should be 11 because 1 through 11, except through 111, the building shall become the responsibility of the local jurisdiction. So we do want to include those. That was an editorial in errata.
All right, any other commissioner comments on chapter 1, on the items under chapter 1, chapter 3, or chapter 4? All right, seeing none, I would suggest we go ahead and take a vote on these so we can move on sort of the next chapters. Oh, and we will open it up, open it up for public comment. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone to please put yourselves in the queue by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. And I'll restate what items we are going to be taking public comment on. Item 9B, Chapter 1, Administration, Item 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 1.10. Chapter 3, Item 3.1. We're skipping 3.6 because it's in a different section that we'll cover later. Chapter 4, Item 4.1, 4.2, and 4-15.1. Are there any commenters, Barbara, on Zoom that have their hand raised?
There are no hands in Zoom. Check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments. All right, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion for these items. I will turn item 9B back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 4/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24. And I will again read these particular chapter and item numbers that we're voting on. Chapter 1, Item 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 1.10. Chapter 3, Item 3.1. Chapter 4, Item 4.1, 4.2, and 4.15.1.
Commissioner Rambin moved to approve, I guess, with the one editorial amendment. Yeah.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded that the proposal with one editorial adjustment. And that was the change to number 11, correct? Changing the number 11. Okay. That be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. The vote was unanimous and the motion is carried. So I will go back to the Office of the State Fire Marshal for an overview on our next sections on page 2, which are chapter 7, items 7-8 and 7-9, and chapters 8 and 9. All of those items listed there. I won't go through them now, but I will state them for the record when we get closer to the vote. Go ahead, Craig.
Excellent. Commissioners, we'll look at items 7 and 7, 7-8 and 7-9 are editorial changes. We're just adding a pointer to the California version of the mechanical code with updated code sections, and the California version of NFPA 25, which is published differently for our state. That's point 1. Bring it up. That is just, we're carrying things forward. So that's straightforward. We'll go to chapter 9. We're going through a long list of editorial changes, adding administrative, some new language, California version, there we go. Changes some pointers that had changed different sections. I'm at 9.5, 9.6, changed it to 1207. Updated with the energy storage systems because it's now in 1207. And go off the group. Yeah, now I need to go 910. Put in the required exterior entrance covers. Things that are required by 11B, they should be sprinklered. Section 911. This was cleanup from the elevator work group. We found one place where it needed just a little more work. We had missed the example locations. So it's kind of cleanup language from the work group that we did in the intervening code cycle. In item 912, it just says sprinkler systems, and we wanted to be clear, we added the word automatic sprinkler systems. So then 914, we're just carrying forward. Cleanup language, we took out some of the language. I don't remember which one we did that. Oh, this was
Which item number are you talking about?
906. I'm on 9-13 for portable fire extinguishers. Some of that was on vehicles, which a lot of times we don't regulate. I'm trying to remember why we took that one out, Crystal.
That is an existing amendment that we're just showing that's going forward and deleting the new model code language. It hasn't been discussed within our work groups. So
Thank you, Crystal. It's because our regulations from Title 19, so we have our modifications. There were changes in the model code, which we're deleting. It was editorial, but I'm trying to remember what it was.
Basically, this is new model code language that hasn't been discussed in our advisory committee.
And then item 919 is just the new pointers to the different directions. So it's editorial. And then we go to 920 is same thing with the new sections. We had to change the language to where it was. Bring up the language for item 4. Some of this was our work that we also did with our adoption for the 22 edition of NFPA 72. And the new changes that came for the kitchen or cooking areas. Because we do not want the smoke detectors within the cooking areas because it causes false alarms or nuisance alarms. Same with the shower. So added some cleanup language there to assist with that. And then we go to item 22. We're just bringing things forward. Inadvertently noted. We're proposing to adopt the additional section and some editorial changes. 23. Again, changing the pointers to the new sections. Lots of editorial changes in here. And that goes all the way through 28, 29. Yeah. All the way through 29. Now we got 32. Just repeal our that's just repealing our language and adopting the model code. 933, where there's the pointer to the plumbing code, we change it to the residential code. For the exception when they are being used in that as appropriate. And then 35 is the last one of the group, which is just repeal and replace with the model code language. So this is by far our editorial section. We ask your approval of these. And of course, if you have any questions, we're here to help you with that.
Thank you. Item 9B, Chapter 7, items 7, 8, and 7, 9, and chapters 8 and 9, those listed on page 2, are now open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
I have probably an editorial suggestion, possibly a typo in 9-19, but it's not in any of the sections in that table. It's actually, if you look at the on page 87 of 144 of the final express terms. It's actually related to 29.11.3.4. It's on page 87 of 144 in the PDF file.
I have the page open. I'm looking for the section. Oh, 29.11.3.4.
Yes. Item 4, I think you meant to delete or.
You are correct.
Okay. And I think it's a friendly amendment if you're open to it.
We are.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramden.
No questions.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 9B, sub items chapter 7, items 7.8 and 7.9, chapters 8 and 9, items 8.1, 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, 9.10, 9.11, 9.12, 9.13, 9.14, 9.19, 9.20, 9.22, 9.23, 9.24, 9.25, 9.26, 9.27, 9.28, 9.29, 9.32, 9.33, and 9.35. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak to any of those items under item 9B to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0, and we will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for this agenda items?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
All right, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion for these items. I will turn item 9B back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 4/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24, Chapter 7, Items 7.8 and 7.9, Chapters 8, 8.1, and Chapter 9, not items 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, 9.10, 9.11, 9.12, 9.13, 9.14, 9.19, 9.20, 9.22, 9.23, 9.24, 9.25, 9.26, 9.27, 9.28, 9.29, 9.32, 9.33, and 9.35.
Move to approve with the state fire marshal amendments and with one additional addendum, suggested addendum, which is editorial. In item 9-19, section 29.11.3.4, item 4, basically saying smoke alarms and smoke detectors, deleting the or in the sentence. This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner.
Elliot, was it item 919 you wanted to modify or 920?
I think it's 9:20.
My apologies, 920. With the minor editorial addendum in 920, section 29.11.3.4, item 4. Thank you.
Commissioner Patel, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal with those amendments listed, including section 920, 29.11.3.4, item 4, deleting the or, be approved. Are there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. And we'll now go to agenda item 9B, chapter 7A, Wildland Urban Interface Work Group. This is page 3 and on to page 4, covering all of chapter 7. Greg, you want to go ahead and give us an overview of the highlights of those changes?
Commissioners, working with the WUI group for 7A, which is always a well-attended work group as we address the issues of the wildland interface areas and the wildland fires. Specifically with Cal Chiefs and the FPOs with the local jurisdiction to address their issues. And most of this is a cleanup to try to make the regulations a little cleaner for everybody. I will point out that we did add in 7A-14. We have the amendment on the language also. I should start with that one. Under the scope, onto the wrong page. To change that for the local jurisdiction is the very high severity zones. We also did some public comments on this, some good comments from Ventura Fire Department. They asked that we add the acronym of WUI in there, which we did. They had numerous other suggestions that we will be taking back to the work group. They were a little more substantive than what we just wanted to do at the last minute. We also brought in some changes for the roof vents. And in the last cycle, we brought in the requirement for the UL ASTME 2886 vents for the WUI vents, which we're very proud that we brought in a new standard for the vents. We then found out there was a problem with the scope of the standard. It didn't cover vents on a sloped plane, such as the roof ridge vents. So we have added the exception back in there for the screens until the scope is being modified, which they are working on right now. And we have strong participation from the testing groups and our work group also. So it's one of those things we need to do until we can get the standard updated. So that was in between. Other than that, and those changes were 7A-24 for the vents, add that off ridge and ridge vents to put that back in there. The rest of it is moving around and cleaning it up for clarification. With that, I ask that you approve this, and I will, of course, answer any questions you have.
Thank you for the overview of
With
chapter
the,
7A.
sorry, this is Crystal, Cal Fire Office State Fire Marshal, and just to allude to the addendum, that does bring in some additional changes. I think Greg already spoke to that as well. Do you need to be more specific on the addendum?
I think we went over the addendum. We can look at a little bit more if they ask for, if they have any questions on it.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 9B, chapter 7A is open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No comments.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No comments.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 9B, Chapter 7A. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 9B, Chapter 7A, to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have one question remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer representing the California Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association. And we're in strong support of the adoption of the Fire Marshal's Chapter 7A amendments. I'll make this brief. As you've noticed, for those of you that have been on the commission for a number of years, the Fire Marshal is doing a lot with Chapter 7A for a great many years now. We've done a lot of good updates recently, and I'm sure Greg will be ready to tell you the work isn't done. Recently, bills were passed by Senator Stern and Assemblymember Friedman, strongly supported by industry, that will actually be expanding the application of the 7A building standard requirements to the high fire severity zones, not just the very high, but also to the high. In addition, these bills direct HCD and the Fire Marshal to work with interested parties to see if they should be further expanded to the moderate fire severity zones. We'll be working closely with the Fire Marshal's office and with HCD as the maps get done, but you can look forward to seeing an expansion of these regs coming within the next 18 to 36 months. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 9B, Chapter 7A, back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 4/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24, Chapter 7A.
Commissioner McKitchen, move to approve.
Commissioner Allegre seconds.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaas Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, the vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. I'll now turn it back over to the Office of the State Fire Marshal to go over agenda item 9B, Chapter 10 miscellaneous and miscellaneous chapters section that starts on page 4 and continues on to page 5. As we do those two together.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Patel. I would be okay if we wanted to add the reference standards into that group as well.
Okay.
Unless there's some objection.
Chapter 35 reference standards added to it. You got that, Greg?
Got it. All right, commissioners, going through the miscellaneous chapter 10. 10.1, we're just carrying forward existing amendments forward and some editorial changes. 10.3, I will point out, because we did have a further study on that, looking into it. This is just editorial change. We're moving the requirements from section 1003.5 to 1010.1.4, because this is specific for the door. Let's see, then we're going to 10.5 is just editorial change. 10.7, again, editorial, and we added floor leading to a non-refrigeration room because there are specific requirements for refrigeration rooms, which this section is. 10.10 is the next section. As this we were adding in, notice the calculations were incorrect for the standard for the millimeters. So this is just to correct the math. 10.15, just changing the code section, so it was just editorial. 10.17 on delayed egress. We added in the smoke detection installed and the pointer, which was always the intent for delayed egress. So it was just editorial in our mind of cleaning up the language. 10.25 is the next one for the egress. Just editorial, again, changing the code sections and the pointer. Then it's 10.26 is again editorial. 10.27 means of egress, and we added the maintenance in there for the fire escape, which are big concerns on our maintenance, and they need to be added. It needs to be kept clear and unobstructed. And the examination, they should be looked at to maintain their working condition. And that was 10.27. Going to the next group on miscellaneous chapters. Now we're back to definitions of 2.1. We're just carrying that one forward. And then 2-8 is photovoltaic ground mounted system. This is a new definition because this has been an ongoing problem, even done at the national level, of what a panel system is out on the ground, and we need to define it. You'll notice on 2.9, independent photovoltaic panel structure designed to be usable space underneath them with a clear height of 7 feet 6 inches. So again, we've added these definitions as we move forward to deal with the issues that come up. 11A1 is the next one in here. Pardon me while I get down to that section. That's just where we do not adopt that chapter, and we do not adopt the next chapter, because that's not in our scope of work. Then we go to chapter 12. These are just our adoptions. Then 13.1. And 14, which are adoptions. Same with 15. 16.1. We don't adopt. So as we're going through the chapters, this is where we just go through our chapters and what we're adopting and not, which is fairly straightforward. I will go down to 31.3.1. We did add the elevated PV support structures and have some pointers there, and we exempted things for agricultural. We've also changed the testing standard because we've had an issue with PVs that are mounted in an open frame as a shade structure. The listing for 1703 is part of a roof assembly, so it cannot comply because it's not part of the roof. So we've added the pointer to the UL 617301 and UL 61730-2, which show that it is fire rated because it is no longer part of this roof assembly. Then the next chapters, which we adopt and don't, going all the way down to the end of that with our chapters. Going on to chapter 35, which is our reference standards. We have gone through and adopted the new additions and standards. I mentioned some of those in our opening. Probably the big one that I get most questions are NFPA 13, all the different parts, and NFPA 72, which we're going with the 2022 additions. And we did our modifications to the existing language. Some was deleted because it's now part of the standard. And there's the list of the other additions that we've updated. With that, we ask your approval of these sections and open for any questions that you may have.
Hey, Greg, are we missing 35-12, which was the NFPA 72 you mentioned?
We actually have that in a different section. We have that in the I2 2.1. I'm not quite sure why.
On page 8.
But it was grouped there also.
Okay. You want to leave it there then?
That's fine there.
Okay.
And 3513 is at the bottom of page 6. So that's also moved into another area, subject matter.
All right, so we're covering chapter 10, miscellaneous section, miscellaneous chapters on page 4, continuing on to page 5, chapter 35, reference standards, the bottom of page 5, and continuing on to page 6. These are open for commissioner discussion, and I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No comments.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
I had a quick question on 10-7, which is the refrigeration machinery rooms. And it's on page, I believe, 101 of the final express terms. You had deleted the last sentence of 1006.2.2.2, which is the refrigeration machinery room. And you've deleted something out of the model codes, which allows, I think, an increase in exit travel distances per section 1017.1. And I was wondering what was the reason for that.
I know we looked at this as an editorial because we're not saying you can't use it. It is still there in the table.
In 101.7. I'm sorry, 1017.1. Is that
This is Crystal. We did this to correlate with the ICC correlation committee. This was a proposal that had been taken out, and then I'm trying to look at the eyesore.
because the language in the IFC still leaves that sentence in there. So I just was wondering if it's editorial or not.
I believe this came with the editorial changes that the correlation was doing through the ICC.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes it changes after we look at it. As this is only a pointer, it is not the requirement, it would still allow something specific in the table to be used.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
Nope.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 9B, Chapter 10, miscellaneous chapters on page 4 and 5, Chapter 35, reference standards on page 5 and 6. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak to these items to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. And we will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised regarding these agenda items?
Yeah, no hands in Zoom,
We have 0 questions remaining.
no comments.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 9B back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 4/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24, Chapter 10, items 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 10.5, 10.7, 10.10, 10.15, 10.17, 10.25, 10.26, and 10.27. Miscellaneous chapters, items 2.1, 2.8, 2.9, 11A1, 11B1, 12.1, 13.1, 14.1, 15.1, 16.1, 16A1, 17A1, 18.1, 18A1, 19.1, 19A1, 21, 21.1, 21A1, 22.1, 22A1, 24.1, 25.1, 26.1, 27.1, 28.1, 29.1, 31.1, 31.3, 31.3.1, 31A1, 31B1, 31C1, 31D1, 31E1, 31F1, 32.1, 33.1, 34.1, and items under Chapter 35 reference standards 35.1, 35.3, 35.5, 35.6, 35.7, 35.8, 35.9, 35.10, 35.11, 35.14, 35.15, 35.16, 35.17, and appendices A1, 1, A2, 1, and A3, 1.
Commissioner Mickelton, move to approve.
Commissioner Allegre seconds.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the proposal is approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion?
No, but I do want to say that that, I mean, it's clear, everybody who's worked on this package, State Fire Marshal, obviously, and staff, BSC staff, I mean, thank you for all that hard work. I mean, this is a huge undertaking to go through all these sections. I mean, just reading off that stuff makes me exhausted. So anyway, so thanks for all the diligence and hard work.
Thank you, Commissioner, and special thanks to Deputy Jeske, who's worked very hard on this package.
Thank you very much.
The commissioners? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. At this time, we'd like to take a break. Should we do 10 minutes? Yeah, we could do 10. Yeah. Let's do, it's 4:02 now, so we'll come back at 4:15. Right, thank you. already.
You betcha. Thank you.
I think we're almost all back. I want to double check that Commissioner Mickelson is with us. There he is. Thank you. All right, where we left off was item 9B, the automatic parking garage group, starting on page 6. And we were proposing to cover automatic parking garage group, energy storage system group, and the elevator work group as one bucket. So if that sounds good to you guys, we can turn it back over to Greg for an overview on those 3.
All right, commissioners, this is actually going to be easier. The the automatic parking garage group is we're repealing our amendments because we brought in early and we're adopting the storage group. We adopted it earlier and now we are repealing and adopting the model code. The elevator work group was some cleanup language. Let's see, 9.8. I think this is just all editorial changes that we were going to bring it in. After we brought in the last proposals, we found out there were a couple little areas that needed to be cleaned up. Change some of the pointers to the correct things. And then, yeah, like number 6 we added. So it's all editorial. With that, I will ask for approval of these sections and answer any questions you have.
Thank you for that overview. Item 9B is open for commission discussions, and I will call on each of the commissioners. Commissioner Patel?
Yeah, I had a quick comment. Greg, did you guys get comments on public comments on the energy storage system? There's some concerns. Look like maybe you got some stuff from let's see, it was item
From SEAC?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, we did get some comments. I sat down with SEAC and went through item for item on everyone on the list. I believe they're in agreement with what we're doing. They would like some more changes, but that would need to go for the next cycle. Some of their other concerns actually were, they just need to be explained where it actually was, and it all works out. So I'm quite comfortable with what we're doing, and SEAC, I believe, is on board. They would like a few more things, but we're still working forward to the next cycle.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Anything else, Commissioner Patel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comments.
Commissioner Mickelson?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan?
No questions.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Alegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 9B, automatic parking garage group items 2-7.2, 4-3.1, and item 9.9. Energy storage system group items 2.2, 2.5, 2.7, 3.5, 4-11.2, 7.4, 7.7.0, 7.7.1, 9.7, 9.21, 9.30, 9.31, 35.13, and the elevator work group 9.8, 9.11, 30-1, and 30-2. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on these items to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 9B?
We have no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 9B back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 4/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24. These particular sections: automatic parking garage group 2-7.2, 4-3.1, 9-9, energy storage system group 2.2, 2.5, 2.7, 3.5, 4-11.2, 7.4, 7-7.0, 7-7.1, 9.7, 9.21, 9.30, 9.31, 35-13, and the elevator work group item 9-8, 9-11, 30-1, and 30-2.
Commissioner Patel, move to approve.
Commissioner
Santillan,
Claus.
second.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner, second.
Oh, I don't think Ellie did.
Oh, not Ellie. Okay.
Can we
Commissioner Santillan seconded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's moved and seconded that the proposal be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, seeing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. We will now cover agenda item 9B, I-2 and I-2.1 occupancy that starts on page 7. And then I3 occupancy and L3 occupancy. Oh, sorry, just L occupancy. Anyone have any other thoughts about that? We're good with it? All right, looks like we're good. All right, I will turn it over back to Mr. Anderson from the State Fire Marshal to review, give us an overview of those items, please.
And just for clarification, sorry, that was I2 and the 2.1s and the I3.
And L.
And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, it's mostly editorial changes and some changes that we worked with OshPod on this. I will point out that 4-14 is actually a daycare proposal. It is on the other list also, so it is a duplicative. Most of it was cleanup. We did take out the I2 condition 2 because we don't have those here, and changes some of the pointers pretty well. And I will also point that here is where the updated on the reference standards for NFPA 13 to the 22 edition and NFPA 72 to the 22 edition, which would affect all the occupancies. With the I3 group, again, more editorial changes. Let's see, 7.6. Yeah, most of this we were cleaning up some language. We already have exceptions. I look at 7.6. We already have other exceptions on the smoke barrier, so where that's being done. Going on to the L occupancies, the model code has the higher education laboratories, which we do not have in California, so we're removing those because we have the group L occupancies. Let's see what 1023 is. Trying to move quickly through all these, and that was just renumbering. So that was it. We asked for your approval of these, of course, to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for the overview. These items are now open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel.
I have no questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner.
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan. Oh, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, no question.
Thank you. Commissioner Sasaki.
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre.
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions.
Thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 9B, I-2 and I-2.1 occupancy, and all of those items listed on page 7 and 8. I-3 occupancy, items 411, 59, 510, and 76, and L occupancy, items 3.3, 4-13.1, 10-23, and 27-1. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak to these items to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for these agenda items?
We have no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 9B back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 4/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24. And the items are I-2 and I-2.1 occupancy. I will read through these sub-items. 3-2, 3-6, 4-3, 4-4, 4-5, 4-6, 4-7, 4-8, 4-9, 4-10, 4-11, 4-12, 4-13, 4-14, 4-15, 5-3, 5-5, 5-6, 5-7, 5-8, 5-9, 5-10, 5-11, 5-13, 7-5, 7-6, 7-10, 9-16, 9-17, 9-18, 9-23, 9-24, 9-25, 9-26, 10-4, 10-6, 10-9, 10-10, 10-11, 10-12, 10-13, 10-14, 10-16, 10-18, 10-20, 10-21, 10-22, 10-24, 27-2, 35-4, and 35-12. Under I-3 occupancy, items 4-11, 5-9, 5-10, 7-6. And under L occupancy, item 3-3, 4-13.1, 10-23, and 27-1.
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve. This is
Commissioner-
so much easier than
can I
what you
just-
have to do.
This is Commissioner Rammond. I just want to make it clear that item 4-14 should be reviewed with the I-4 items below and not approved under this group. Otherwise, I second the motion.
Ken, are you okay with modifying your motion to not include 4-14?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So
Yes, Rambin
Rampin
seconded.
seconded.
Thank you.
So it's moved and seconded that the proposal pass minus 4-14. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, the vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. So agenda item 9B, items I-4 childcare and daycare group. Special amusement areas group. We just do all the rest. We have 4 more.
Greg, Greg's shaking his head, yes.
Greg's like, yes, yeah. I think we can handle 4 more groups. So we'll do the child care and daycare group, special amusement areas group, tall wood and heavy timber group, and photovoltaic group. So I'll turn it back over to Mr. Anderson at the Office of the State Fire Marshal for an overview on those items.
All right, commissioners, looking toward the end of the day, and we can finish it up with this group. We have the child care, the I-4 child care and daycare group, which is where we try to divide the group E daycare and the group I-4 daycare. I do want to point out we have addendum A, which had the definition of child care, which was inadvertently not underlined on the first express terms. So there's no changes in the language, it's just showing that it is underlined. So Title 25, I'm working with the Department of Social Services, that the new term that is preferred instead of daycare is child care. So we've been going through the codes trying to change that. So you see a lot of definition and verbiage that is being changed. Also, we're changing with the group E, trying to divide it that the toddlers and younger belong in a group I-4 child care, but there is an exception for a number of 6 or less if there's less than that. We also have in chapter 10 where we had the separation between that. If you have a daycare group, it currently shows a 2-hour separation, and we reduced that to 1 hour because between the daycares, that makes sense. Other than that, it was trying to clean up the current language in the regulations to divide them accordingly. Otherwise, the regulations were pretty the same for both. Of course, I'll have questions or may have questions on that. Going down to the next group, special amusement area groups. Again, we are just repealing the early adoption, adopting the model code. Tall wood and heavy timber group, which is a big package, which we adopted earlier. We are repealing and adopting the model code, except for the tables, which I'd mentioned previously. Photovoltaic, we only have the 2 sections. We're adding an exception for sprinklers. You don't need sprinklers for the solar if there's no other use underneath it, or if it's there where it's widely spaced and air can go through there and you wouldn't be able to catch the heat to set off the sprinkler system anyway, and that would be allowed by the AHJ. And those are the changes for photovoltaic. Let me confirm that 9.8 was the same. And I believe that is it. So we'll ask for approval. Yeah, editorial. And answer any questions you have with the amendment.
Thank you for that overview. Item 9B, specific items are open for commission discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
I have no questions.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
I have no questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
I have no questions. Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Rambin.
A few questions. I appreciate the State Fire Marshal becoming in alignment with the state licensing requirements as far as the definitions of infants and toddlers. I do think that part of the reason for the age overlap was to give institutions flexibility. Most of the schools that I work with that have a preschool program that includes toddlers have an age requirement that those children are at least 2 years old before they can attend, when they are a little more mobile and also potty trained. And I worry that some of the requirements will place a burden financially on those institutions, but I do appreciate that you're getting things in alignment and everything's copacetic. I would hope that licensing would actually have a different category for those sort of in-between toddlers. That would make it much clearer. That said, in item 4-15, I think there is a conflict. This is regarding the egress requirements for rooms used for group I-4 childcare, requiring an exit to the exterior. It has an exception for 1 hour rated corridors. However, I think that conflicts with table 1020, which allows a non-rated corridor and I-4 occupancies that are fully sprinklered. I don't think that got amended. It did for I-2, but not for I-4.
I'm looking at the section right now. Oh, it does require the sprinkler system, because this one is specific. It would allow it. And part of this came up with schools that have daycare there. And that requirement for the direct exiting can be an issue. But with the new regulations, schools do not have to have a rated corridor. If they have fire sprinklers in the wider corridors, we should have plenty of width to do that. And in chapter 1, if you have a specific requirement, it takes precedence over the general. So that is the way we were looking at this, because otherwise it still would require it. We will continue to look into this to see if we can get it a little cleaner, though. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, so explain to me back what you're saying, that if you have a toddler classroom, an I-4 classroom in a school, an E-occupancy school that is fully sprinklered, and there are no exterior exits, you would not have to rate the corridors?
As long as you meet those requirements. But it is it is an hour rated corridor with 60 minutes. So the schools that could now be non-rated, it would still have to be rated if they don't have the direct exiting.
Okay, that's what I was feeling like there was a okay, but only in this particular I-4 instance. That's why I'm saying in table 1020, I-4 occupancies don't have to have rated corridors if they're sprinklered.
No, it still says 1 hour. Table 1020.1, I-4 is spelled out specifically. Greater than 6, without sprinkler not permitted, with sprinkler system 1 hour.
I'm sorry, what page? I was looking at just the final express terms. Maybe that's an update.
I'm not looking at the express terms. Let me go look at that.
Okay.
I brought up the current code.
That's true. I mean, we did not modify table 1020.2. But the existing requirement is for I-4s without sprinkler systems to be 1 hour.
But with sprinkler, it's
No, with sprinklers 1 hour.
It's 0. We did not change that.
1020.1.
Yeah, in the next in the 2021, it'll be table 1020.2. But yes, existing is table.
Oh, I'm looking at the 19 edition. Did the model code change it?
No, it's always been that.
Okay, you got some laundry here to pick up. Actually, these are too small for you.
Okay.
I'm looking at the model code right now.
Oh, we're gonna actually look at what's printed. Okay.
There's 10.22.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am not seeing a change in that.
So I4.
I only have the 2018 version of the model code, and it's a zero rating for I4 with a sprinkler for corridors in table 1020.1. And it was 0 in the current code.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike just pulled this from the shelf, and so we're looking at the 2019. There's a supplement page, but it didn't change that table. So table 1020.4 for I4s with sprinkler system, it says 0 for I4s.
Right.
Okay.
We overlooked that change. I think
I
that
just didn't want to be confused.
the intent is that the I4, if they don't have a direct, that they would require the 1 hour corridor. That was the intent of the work group.
So I guess addressing that conflict is something that would have to be picked up in the intervening code cycle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I only had one other comment, and it's editorial in nature. And that's on item 10-8 in section 1006.2.2.8. I believe that between more than 10 children, the word "that" just needs to be deleted.
Oh, okay. Yes, or more than 10 children that, yeah, 36 months. That would be acceptable, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Those are the end of my comments.
Hey, Greg, but based on what was said, are you planning to come back with that as an emergency measure, or are you actually going to wait for the intervening code cycle?
On the other one, it would be intervening, because it's an exception that allows you to use a corridor, because before it was always direct exiting. But this is to look at something that would be an exception to that with the rated corridor. And currently, we were looking at this at schools. The change to have them non-rated is very new. So most of the schools already have rated corridors.
Okay.
And I think that this is Commissioner Rambin. I think that makes sense because it's clear in that specific section that deals with exiting with that use that it's a 1 hour corridor.
Anything else, Commissioner Rambin? Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 9B. Those items under I4 childcare and daycare group, special amusement areas group, tallwood and heavy timber group, and photovoltaic. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on these items to please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. And we will go to the phone after we hear from the Zoom participants. Barbara, does anyone on Zoom have their hand raised for agenda item 9B?
No hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No comments.
All right, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 9B back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 4/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24. Specifically, these items under I-4 Child Care and Daycare Group, 2-3, 2-4, 2-10, 3-4. Like there are 2 3-4s. One is 305.2 and one is 305.2.1.
3-4.1.
Item 3-7, 308.5, 3-7, 308.5.1. Item 3-8, 310.3. Item 4-14. Item 4-15, 4-15.1, 4-16, 4-17, 4-18, 5-6, 5-7, 9-15, 9-17, 10-8. Under Special Amusement Areas Group, 2-6, 2-9.1, 2-9.2, 4-11.1, 10-19, 35-2. Under Tall Wood and Heavy Timber Group, 1-11, 2-7.1, 2-7.3, 2-11, 5-1, 5-2, 5-4, 5-7, 5-12, 5-14, 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-11, 7-12, 9-34, 9-35, 17-1, 17-2, 23-1, 23-2, 31-2, 35-2.1, and under photovoltaic, 9-8 and 9-11.
Commissioner Rambin moved to approve with one editorial comment in item 10-8.
Commissioner Patel, second. And I just wanted to thank the State Fire Marshal's Office for putting together the grouped items. It's extremely helpful when we go through these. And also to the chair for her patience in reading all of these, because I know that wasn't easy as well. So thank you.
So it is, and we got, did we get both a second there, Pam? Oh, okay. I missed Pam. All right, it is moved and seconded that the proposal be approved with one edit in section 10.8, removing the word that. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. So we will stop here for today and we will take up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with agenda item 9C, the Office of the State Fire Marshal. Thank you all.
Point of order.
Yes.
I would ask that they do an overall vote for in case anything was missed and also the addendums.
Yeah.
Which we've
so-
done in the past.
So for an overall vote for the entire code package, approve with the addendums.
Or item 9B.
Yes.
All right. Should we just go ahead and do that now?
Yeah, we can do that.
Why don't we do that now and then we'll start tomorrow with 9C. So at this time, what we'll do is I'll read what the vote is going to be and Pam can do a roll call vote. So we're turning the entirety of item 9B, including the addendums. Correct, Greg? Yes. Including the addendums.
Yes.
Back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal Rulemaking SFM 4/21 proposed adoption of the 2021 International Building Code with amendments for incorporation into the 2022 California Building Code Part 2 of Title 24.
Motion.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve with the amendments as previously stated.
Commissioner Santillan, second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded that the proposal be approved with the amendments previously stated. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. So perfect timing. It is 4:59.
Oh, nice work.
Nice work, everyone. Thank you all so much. This was a long day and everyone did a great job. And I look forward to seeing you all starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow to take up with agenda item 9C from the Office of the State Fire Marshal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
You.